Let's go. What's up? Another stream. GameStop finally broke 28. Finally trading volume above 28. It's a beautiful thing. It's what you want to be seeing as someone who's bullish. And we didn't, false breakout. Well, there's still time, but it looks fantastic. Coinbase got added to the S&P. That's kind of cool, I guess. I don't know. But a lot of people were talking about MSTR being in the S&P. And, I mean, there's a reason Coinbase got in. Multiple quarters of positive EPS. That's how it works. Can't just get in the S&P because your market cap's above 20 billion. There's other requirements. So, either way, pretty cool to see. Pretty cool to see. What's up, Moose again? How you doing, bro? And no news. So, per typical. I don't think there's any SEC filings or anything. Haven't really checked. Nope. So nothing there. Back above 5,900 on the ES. How was the skate? Is alright. I'm looking old, bro. I'm pretty cooked, I'll be honest. I'm pretty cooked. I'm freaking old, man. Not really, but I just can't hang. I just can't hang like I used to. Feeling sore? Not really. My feet just hurt, really. What's up, Muma? I don't really get that sore. I can just feel like... I don't know how to describe it. It's not like a soreness feeling. I can just feel like I'm a little beat up, I guess. I haven't seen car parts in a while. 90 cents. This is one of those deep value picks that I kind of like. I was looking at this back... I don't even know. Way back here somewhere. And it's still kind of holding up. Ain't quitting. Nah, not yet. Not yet. Still, I don't know. There's nothing else to do, honestly. I'll be honest, there's not much else to do. And I'm going to be sitting here anyway. I was going to sit and watch wrestling and kill Tony. I'm like, I'll just start the stream and I'll watch that later. What's up, KCR? CPI report came in showing inflation cooling. Trump about to speak at Saudi investment conference. Nice. I saw Starlink got approved in Saudi Arabia or something like that. But I have not seen inflation data, or the CPI, I guess. Oh, it's right here. I usually don't check news like right when I wake up. Usually the first thing I do is start the stream. I'll look at CNBC, but mostly just to see where the indexes are at. And then sometimes I'll like scroll and see if there's any news, but most of the time I just open this, look at where we're at on the indexes. I'll look at GameStop on Yahoo, and then I pretty much start the stream. It's very rare I actually look at news before I start this. I just don't. I don't like starting my day with news, or really looking at the GameStop stock. For a while, I didn't even look at this. Yet Under Armour in the morning. There's still a lot of earnings, but I don't really recognize many of these companies. Got a feeling he's about to drop news. See how if it rocks the market. Oh, I don't equate news to price action, so doesn't even matter to me. Price action's price action. News doesn't really matter. And yeah. Damn, bond yields are almost at 4.5. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's actually insane. Holy shit. Yeah, that's about what I expected. I'm honestly surprised the Fed didn't cut rates. At least 0.25. They probably didn't want this to happen again because they did that 0.5 cut back here in like August, September. Or maybe they're waiting for this. Maybe they wanted to see 2 back-to-back months of lower inflation, and then they'll probably cut rates the next thing. What is the market pricing in? Five weeks from now. The market doesn't think they're gonna cut again? What? It's weird. The market's not really pricing in a cut until July or September, but they should do it soon. Because I guess I didn't really notice this last time, but August had 2.5%, then September 2.4, and then that's when they raised they cut the rates. So maybe now they got this. Maybe they'll do it again. I don't know. Maybe they don't want the inflation to go up like this again. So maybe that's why they're not cutting. But if they're going to repeat this, I would expect to see a cut. And I also feel like if they didn't do a 0.5 back here, it wouldn't have been as bad. If they just did a 0.25, maybe it wouldn't have gone back to 3%. I don't know. Hard to say. We should get a cut soon. I did sell 50 shares today at like 28.50 or something like that. I wasn't awake when it hit up here, so I didn't really care. I don't know why I sold 50, but I did because I felt like it. I definitely think it's gonna keep going up, especially since we're trading volume in 28, but who knows? Anything's possible. I got a comment on yesterday's stream. Somebody was saying, like, because I was talking at the starting of the stream how, like, I was declining or something like that, and someone commented GameStop's declining. And it just made me laugh, because, like, GameStop's literally the only, like, positive thing right now. As far as, I don't know. Yeah. Like, for me, GameStop's the only, like, light for now. Kind of interesting to see someone be like, GameStop's declining, and I'm like, what? GameStop's great. What are you talking about? What's up, Kitty? What's up, Hugh G? God, I haven't done it. It's been a full month since we've done insider buying now. And I don't have any plans on doing it. Probably should. But I just don't care right now. There's a lot of filings coming out for these companies. Lots of big share positions being added on GameStop. Bro, what is this put position? 105,000? That's a 1,600% increase in puts. Granted, they bought calls too. You know, they're just strangling the stock, but that's a what? See, I've been seeing. There's been a lot of put positions lately. But I guess we could go through all these funds and see what updated. See if Burry did anything. Where's the dates? He hasn't done anything. Nothing there. We'll check these later, I guess. I don't think all of them have updated yet. Or maybe it's only certain positions that get updated, like that one. Yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait. I don't really feel like going through all those funds anyway. It's nice to see all those big positions on GameStop, though. Even though some of them are puts, but to me, you know, people betting against the stock is bullish. I know a lot of people don't see it that way, but I do. I love when people bet against me. It's amazing. It's quite amazing. Plummet caused them convertible notes. Don't know how them dudes hedge. I was thinking a lot about that last evening. Don't know enough to know enough, though. Yeah, MSTR talks about arbitrage a lot. So, it's definitely possible we could get taken back to 20, but it seems unlikely at this point. Seems very unlikely. I think you already got your hedge, but who knows? Hedge doesn't mean that it's going to stop the price from going above 30. 29 range around the converted. Yeah, it's like 29 something. I don't remember the exact price, like 29.15 or 40 or something. Wherever it sold off massive that one day, the top of that day. But I don't think you'll see that again. Very unlikely. Very unlikely. Not saying it's not possible, but just seems very unlikely. I don't want to hold that again. I'm going to scalp that and win. Who cares, dude? Like, the price literally doesn't matter. Just like, the stock's going up so much more. Who gives a fuck whether it's at 30 or 20? Like, straight up. Like, it literally doesn't matter. I just, I don't know. You do whatever you want, but don't be upset when it keeps going up. Is all I will say. Because a lot of people are gonna sell at these lower prices, and then the stock's gonna keep going up, and then we're gonna be at 30, 40. And you'll be like, man, I should have kept those shares. Because that's just what people do. You know. Waste of time to think, probably just left outside the rocket. I'm not gonna try timing the market. Yeah, I mean, look at all the people who thought the market was gonna keep going down, and now we're back at 5,900. Like, it's kind of pointless to time the market. Like, I get wanting to make, you know, short-term money, but I mean, definitely keep what you're comfortable keeping. Because I don't plan on selling too much. Like, I did sell 50 today, but I also bought a bunch of shares back at $27. And, you know, bought more. Yeah. So, I don't know. I just wouldn't go like I got a lot of shares. I wouldn't sell like half the position or even like 20% of the position. You know, I'd sell a little bit of it, but To me, selling like half of it seems, I mean, it's a good idea, obviously, if you made a lot of profit, it is the smart idea, but I'm fucking so bullish on this stock. To me, it's not a good idea to sell. Not ready to deal with taxes, just letting more and more shares turn along. Taxes or whatever. Taxes only really matter if like you're gonna sell and want to buy back in if it keeps going higher. If you just sell and you don't care about the price, or if you don't care about getting back in, then doesn't really matter too much. Gonna push us to all-time highs soon. That'd be good. I mean, I think we're going to all-time highs one day. I don't know when, but it's definitely gonna happen. That's 40 billion market cap, somewhere around there. It's definitely gonna happen at some point with the trajectory we're on. Still in buy mode, no use in selling for me. Only nibbling a couple shares here and there. Now that it's back at high 20s. Yeah, I don't really plan on buying more, I don't think. Unless, the only way I'll buy more is if we trade in the 30s and consistently keep trading in the 30s. I'll probably sell like maybe 100 more shares. Maybe 50 at 30. Maybe another 50 at like 35 or something. But other than that, I don't really plan on buying more shares or selling more shares unless it goes down a decent amount. We start trading here, any profits get taxed like 50%, not worth it? Jeez, that's crazy. 50%. You guys have like tax advantaged accounts though that you can use to trade in, like if you really wanted though. Rip the Canadians. FOMO gonna hit like Muhammad Ali. I just barely saw that. Why are we ripping? Are we? I don't know. We don't have tax advantaged accounts here? I could have sworn you have tax. Oh wait, you're not in Canada. Duh. No, KCR's in fucking Belgium, I believe. I was thinking of Canada for some reason because Muma said Canada. And I'm like, wait. KCR's not in fucking Canada? What am I thinking? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Duder, what's up, Duder? Haven't seen that name in here before. Hope you're doing good. Mr. Duder. Duder. I got this guy in my chat. He was buying GameStop shares, saying diddy. Diddy dumb diddy duder. You buy shares. You hold shares. All the time. I don't know the actual lyrics of that song, I'll be honest. Dude, my hair is getting too long. I might cut it soon. Holy shit. This shit's getting annoying. Should I Should I grow my hair out till mo ass? I don't know if I could do that, bro. I'm already annoyed of the hair. My shares in Texas. See, thought he was Canada. My bad, KCR. You made me think he was in Canada for a minute, and I was like, you made me think he was there. That's not right. That's not right. KCR is one of my foreigners. Sell order for 200 shares at 200. Closest I've come to sell. Well, that's not hitting for a long time. That's going to be that sell order is going to be there for years, most likely. Bruges? I've never heard of Bruges. If GME hits 30, will I shave my head? Nah. Why would I shave my head for 30? 30's trash. $30 is trash. Let me know when it's at like 40 or 50, and then maybe we can talk about something. Banshees in Sharon. Duder's dropping some interesting movies. 1K per share won't hit this year? Probably not. Probably not. I'll be surprised if we even hit like 50 this year. Straight up. I'll be extremely surprised. Unless the Bitcoin news takes us, you know, hundreds of percents. That's about the only way I see that happening. What's up, Rosh? Hope you're doing good, bro. Sorry to go off topic. You're fine, bro. You do you, my friend. You do you. I just don't know these movies. Did I break my glasses? Somehow my glasses broke. I don't know when that happened. Let's see. GM unveils new groundbreaking EV battery tech, aims to be first in the market. Ooh, I'll read that. Chilling in the sun, Trump's talking. That's nice. Coin bought a little bit of Bitcoin and didn't announce it till their earnings call. Coin just got in the S&P. General Motors expects to pioneer a new groundbreaking EV technology that the automakers say will reduce cost and boost profitability to its largest electric SUVs and trucks. What's up, Small Fry? GM is targeting the new batteries and chemistry inside them, called lithium manganese rich prismatic battery cells, to be used in full-size electric vehicles such as its Chevrolet Silverado and Escalade IQ beginning in 2028. The new batteries use more prevalent, less expensive minerals like manganese. What the fuck's a manganese? Chemical element, symbol MM, atomic number 25. Hard, brittle, silvery metal, often found in minerals in combination with iron. Manganese was first isolated in 1770s. It is a transition metal with a multifaceted array of industrial alloy uses, particularly in stainless steels. It improves strength, workability, and resistance to wear. Manganese oxide is used as an oxidizing agent, as a rubber additive, and in glass making, fertilizers, and ceramics. Where'd my article go? Small Fry, what's up, Small Fry? Hope you're doing good, bro. Lithium's long play. You mean GameStop? You mean GameStop? The new batteries use more prevalent, less expensive minerals like manganese instead of larger amounts of cobalt and nickel that are currently used in EV batteries from GM and other automakers. Different EV battery chemistries impact everything from the range and safety of EVs to energy efficiency and charging capabilities, among other needs. LMR unlocks the premium range and performance at an affordable cost, said Kurt Kelty, GM Vice President of Battery, Propulsion, and Sustainability, during a media event at the automaker's Tech and Design Campus in suburban Detroit. It's a game-changing battery for electric trucks. GM's first to market expectations comes after cross-town rival Ford Motors earlier this month announced its intentions to launch what it similarly called game-changing LMR batteries before 2030. LMR batteries have been around for decades, but they've historically offered a far shorter lifespan, according to Sam Abelsamid, Vice President of Market Research at auto advisory firm Telemetry. It's a problem GM believes it has solved with its LMR batteries, which are being developed in partnership with LG Energy Solutions. Ultium Cells, a GM and LG Energy Solution joint venture, plans to start commercial production of LMR prismatic cells in the U.S. by 2028, with pre-production expected to begin at LG Energy Solution facility by late 2027. What's up, Kristen? Feel like it's been a while. Hope you're doing okay. LMR prismatic cells. Prismatic cells references the form or shape of a square battery cells. They've historically been used in hybrid vehicles such as the Toyota Prius, followed more recently by EVs. GM for several years has been using rectangular pouch cells in the US, while also utilizing cylindric cells in China. GM says it's first started researching manganese-rich lithium-ion battery cells in 2015, accelerating the technology development in recent years. GM expects the new prismatic LMR batteries and supporting technologies to cut hundreds of pounds from its large EVs. The new battery packs will have 50% fewer parts, as well as significant reduction in the number of modules or cell cases inside the vehicle's battery packs, GM says. For EVs, battery cells are typically combined into battery modules, which are then installed in battery packs that get integrated into a vehicle. Kelty said the LMR batteries will be supplemental to GM's current pouch cell batteries, formerly known as Ultium, as well as upcoming LFP, lithium iron phosphate prismatic battery cells that are expected to be used in smaller entry-level EVs. We're going through a massive growth phase in our EV side of the business, Kelty said. Noting that GM has surpassed Tesla as the top EV battery manufacturer in North America. We're really building an electrification powerhouse. GM expects the LMR prismatic battery cells to have 33% higher energy density, providing additional mile of range compared with the best performing LFP cells, but at a comparable cost. Kelty declined to discuss the specific cost of the batteries, commonly measured in dollars per kilowatt hour, or kWh, but confirmed the company achieved a cost reduction of $60 per kilowatt hour last year. Nice. I wonder when you're going to be able to, like, mine Bitcoin with your fucking car. I don't know why I just thought about that, but, like, is there going to be a day where you can just be driving down the road and, like, mining Bitcoin at the same time? Or, insert altcoin. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. Selling more. It's nice out. So been living it up outside. Nice. Let's go. That sounds fire. Good weather comes. Everyone's too good for Cordell. Hey, I don't blame him, bro. I don't blame him. I got fucking cooked yesterday out in the sun. So I do not blame them. The average cost of battery packs for EVs dropped 20% to $115 per kilowatt hour in 2024, according to a Bloomberg NEF batteries price survey released in December. Albul Samid, a former engineer turned analyst, estimates GME's packs with LMR prismatic batteries are likely to cost around 80 to 90 per kilowatt hour. That compares with at least 125 per kilowatt hour for GM's current batteries. GM declined to disclose whether vehicles with LMR batteries will be profitable upon launch. The Detroit automaker said nearly 50% of its current EVs in the first quarter were variable profit positive, meaning they generated enough revenue to cover their production cost. The next step, Kelty described LMR as the next step in GME's EV plans. The automaker has sunk billions of dollars into electrification as part of an ongoing yet scaled back plan under GM CEO Mary Barra. In 2021, Barra said GM would exclusively offer EVs by 2035, investing $35 billion between 2020 and 2025. Company has since said customer demand, which has been slower than expected, will dictate its EV plans. It also has not disclosed its total EV investment thus far. GM believes the LMR batteries will assist in lowering barriers for consumer adoption of EVs, most notably concerns around cost and range. Other hurdles such as charging infrastructure and consumer education remain. GM aims to offer more than 400 miles of range in an electric truck while achieving significant battery pack cost savings compared with today's EVs. Exciting stuff. Sup, Jared? Jared Gutridge. Hope you're doing good. Kendra level dark, been in the sun so much. Kendrick level dark. What the hell, dude? Yeah, 400 miles is decent. I just don't think EVs are quite there yet. They're almost there, but not quite. The charging takes too long. Although we did read an article like a month or two back about some company that made a faster charging battery, like super fast, but yeah, they're not quite there yet. They're way too fucking expensive for what you're getting, I think. The only reason I'd want one is for autopilot. And pretty much all of them don't have that feature. Well, real autopilot. NVIDIA sending 18,000 of its top AI chips to Saudi Arabia. Trump tariffs face major legal hurdle as federal trade courts hear challenge. Maybe we'll read that. Trump administration cut an additional $450 million in grants to Harvard. Whoa, dude. Honda Motor reports 76% plunge in operating profit and huge earnings miss. Wow, that's massive. That's a massive, that's crazy. Maybe because of tariffs, I don't know, but that's a huge change in profits. Toyota reveals new name and redesign for its sole US EV. German reinsurers took a 1.9 billion profit hit from LA wildfires. Okay. No way they're gonna burn me alive in a car because a battery fire happened. I think that's a very rare thing. I mean, normal cars catch on fire too. So it's just because you saw a video or two or three or whatever of some Tesla lighting on fire, there's a bunch of videos of normal cars lighting on fire as well. So I don't know. They just seem very inconvenient, really. I need that hat. What's up? You like the the Sanrio Kuromi? I think that's the anime. I don't even know what the anime is. I just thought the hat was cool. Did we read this yesterday? I don't even remember. I don't remember what we did yesterday. I know it wasn't much. I need to see what article I read yesterday, because I really don't remember. My title was Bears Are Dumb. That's pretty accurate. That's a pretty accurate title. Oh yeah, I read about Kindly MD. Okay. I forgot about that. This website fucking sucks, dude. They like don't put up they don't update their news. Like it updates here, but then you click on latest articles and it's not updated in here. Like whoever runs this website, bro, isn't very good at running a website. I don't know why. I don't know. Anyway, let's read this one, I guess. The surprise party? I don't even know what you're talking about. Maybe that's why it's a surprise. I literally don't know. Okay, the blockchain group raises 22 million euro, I believe that's euro, to accelerate its Bitcoin treasury strategy. And there was an article before this saying they did 12 million, so I don't know if this is just an extension or that first article was wrong. I don't know. Blockchain Group, a premier member of Bitcoin for corporations, and Europe's first publicly traded Bitcoin treasury company, has completed two major capital raises totaling over 22 million euro in less than a week, a bold signal of institutional conviction in its Bitcoin native strategy. These moves are not just capital raises, they're a blueprint for how public companies can re-architect their balance sheet around Bitcoin while attracting world-class partners along the way. No mods to approve your potty language. Yep. That's why I did it. That's why I did it. Part 1, 9.9 million euro equity raise anchored by major institutions. On May 9th, the blockchain group announced a 9.9 million capital increase, pricing shares at 1.0932 euro, 61.7% premium over the 20-day average. Hughie, you're white as fuck. You shouldn't even be typing that, bro. Don't make me ban you. Premium of 20-day average. The raise was conducted without preemptive rights and drew participation from respected institutional and strategic investors included. Tobam, 4 million euro. Generali Ambition Solidaire, 1.1 million. I don't know what those are. This tranche was structured under Article L 411-2 of the French Monetary and Financial Code, enabling fast strategic deployment of capital towards two fronts. What is this? Raise was conducted without preemptive rights and drew participation from respected institutional and strategic investors. I don't know what this is. Are these the people that invested in it? I guess. Because it's just a capital raise. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, so this tranche was structured under Article L 411-2 of the French Monetary and Financial Code, enabling fast strategic deployment of capital towards two fronts. Strengthening the company's Bitcoin accumulation strategy centered on increasing Bitcoin per fully diluted share, fueling growth of its operating subsidiaries, which focus on data intelligence, AI, and decentralized tech consulting. This equity round demonstrates the blockchain group's ability to attract forward-looking capital while preserving dilution discipline. Part 2, 12.1 million euro Bitcoin denominated convertible with Atom back. On May 12th, ALTBG followed up with a second raise, this time in Bitcoin. Company's Luxembourg subsidiary issued a 12.1 million Bitcoin denominated convertible bond, subscribed in full by Adam Back, CEO of Blockstream, and one of Bitcoin's earliest pioneers. This is Tranche 2 of the company's OCA convertible series, issued at a 30% premium over Tranche 1's conversion price. Upon conversion, could result in the issuance of up to 17.2 million new shares at 70 cents in euros. I don't know if they call euros. I don't know if they call it cents. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they call it in there. Per share, with conversion terms based on future share price performance. The issuance brings Bitcoin native capital structure innovation directly to European public markets, aligning long-term investors with the company's mission to grow Bitcoin per share. A model for the future of public company finance. Together, these two raises represent something more profound than capital inflow. They mark a strategic realignment of corporate finance around Bitcoin. The blockchain group is not simply raising funds, it is redefining the role of capital markets in the Bitcoin era by leveraging equity placements, Bitcoin denominated convertibles, and a treasury mandate focused on hard assets. Company is aligning the capital structure with the monetary principles of Bitcoin, scarcity, transparency, and time preference. As a premium member of Bitcoin for corporations, the blockchain group stands at the frontier of a growing movement, one where public companies don't just hold Bitcoin, but design their entire capital formation strategy around it. This model introduces a new standard of corporate discipline, drive Bitcoin per share up over time, attract long-term aligned capital, and build investor trust through structural clarity. In a financial system defined by fiat dilution and short-termism, the blockchain group offers a blueprint for public firms looking to escape the treadmill and build a lasting shareholder value on a Bitcoin standard. Don't miss the live discussion. It's on X. What time? 9 a.m. Eastern time. That started. Oh, that's over. That's over. I guess I don't really want to listen to that anyway. Whoa, I just lost. Face reveal and join the club. Wait, is this what you actually look like? Hughie, I'm this close to clapping you. So, there's your last warning. That's what you actually look like, Muma? What a G. Do it? Alright. Don't come back. Don't come back. Because I will just clap you if I see your name. Or I'll ban you. One of the two. I haven't decided which yet. All right. Exodus hits record Q1 revenue as Bitcoin holdings rise to 2011 Bitcoin. Exodus Movement Inc., a leading self-custodial Bitcoin and cryptocurrency platform, has announced unaudited financial results for Q1 2025, showcasing record-setting revenue and a notable increase in digital asset holdings. In its strongest first quarter yet, Exodus reported $36 million in revenue, up 24% and $29.1 million. In Q1 2024, the company attributed the growth to continued product innovation and demand for self-custody solutions. Exodus continues to offer innovative solutions that capitalize on the growing market for digital assets. Meanwhile, our focus on self-custody remains a difference maker. In addition to the revenue milestone, the company now holds 2011 Bitcoin, according to its Q1 filing, an increase of 70 Bitcoin since December 31st, 2024. The Bitcoin holdings are valued at 166 million, comprised of the bulk of the company's 238 million in digital assets, cash, and cash equivalents. The company also holds 2,693 ETH valued at 4.9 million and 62.8 million in USD coin and treasury bills. Despite a decline in user activity, monthly active users dropped 30% and 1.6 million. Exodus maintained a strong user base with 1.8 million funded users by quarter end. Exchange volume processed in Q1 totaled 2.18 billion. Expenses rose significantly, with technology development and user support up 39% to 14.9 million, and general and administrative costs up 79% to 14.3 million. Exodus posted a net loss of 12.9 million compared to a 54.8 million net income in Q1 2024, largely due to a 28.8 million loss on digital assets. Still, Exodus leadership remains optimistic. Q1 saw our highest first quarter revenue and second best revenue quarter on record. With an abundance of opportunities at the doorstep, Exodus is well positioned to expand within our industry and beyond well into the future. He shouldn't have said do it. I mean, it's pretty simple to follow the rules of the chat. I don't know. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. You break the rule of the chat and then you be annoying on top of it. I mean, you're subject to getting clapped. Like I don't care. There's no mercy. No mercy anymore. Pull up Muma. I can't see. I can pull up Muma if he wants. It's not very, you can't really see the photo on YouTube. Doesn't work very well. It don't let me, like, bring it up. That's all you get. It's not much it's not much better here. I've thought about trying to get you to clap me, but I think I would cry. I don't know if I would clap you, maybe. Makes you wonder what's happening. I mean, he was, yeah, whatever. Oh shit, I got a notification for Pokemon. My time here is done. I mean, you did type the N-word in my chat being white as fuck, but I also don't care. I don't know why you would even come to the chat and say that and think I care at all, because I literally don't. I literally don't. It's not my fault you can't follow the rules of the chat, and you're sus as fuck. So, you think I give a shit? Because I don't. That's funny if you think I care. Because I literally don't. It's not my problem that you it's not my fault you can't follow the rules of the chat and bring value to the chat and you just type random shit in my chat. Maybe you should learn how to bring value to other people. I know, crazy, huh? It's crazy. I don't know where to buy one. You can't buy Surons anymore, I don't think. Maybe on Alibaba, but you can't buy Surons anymore. Possible Best Buy in-store order alert. These prismatic SKUs have reportedly worked at the checkout counter for some. Ask a rep to place the order manually at checkout. Confirm to work for a handful of people. Your mileage may vary. You might be able, I don't know if this is real, but you might be able to go to a Best Buy and pre-order these boxes with the SKU. Possibly. At least that's what this seems like it's saying. Kind of interesting. If that's possible. I don't have a Best Buy anywhere near me, really. The only thing that made me sus was you had to be there moment. Could be nothing, could be something. Yeah, there was that. Ads are on. Hey, yep. I mean, this is the last thing I'll say is I don't think really QG brings any value to the chat. What has he brought to the chat that is valuable? That's the last thing I'll say. If anyone can give me an answer, I would love to hear it. But that's the last thing I'll say about it. What has he brought to the chat that's valuable? Besides a name. Oh sure, we got live GameStop news a couple of times. Yippee! How has that benefited us? Doesn't give you the right to come and swear in my chat. Just mad you have mentioned how he's awesome several times unless I'm high. I mean, the couple times he's brought live news in here. That's about it. But live news doesn't really benefit many people. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. Depends on the scenario. When it comes to GameStop, live news doesn't help you, though. I haven't benefited you people, but you sure have benefited me. Well, God bless you, KCR. He also never talked nasty. That's debatable. I mean, he did literally just say the N-word in my chat. And he swears, and yeah. I've seen the messages when I was mod. There's some people I've been very lenient to, and he's one of them. But leniency doesn't exist in this stream anymore. You get one warning, and that's about it. No place for racism. Even Mudcats gets it. Even Mudcats gets it. You know what's funny? I wasn't going to expose him, but Mudcats 6.16 is Cam. Even Cam, after all this time, was able to change his ways. So if Cam can do it, there is no excuse for anyone else. All right. Coinbase becomes first Bitcoin and crypto company to join the S&P 500. Coinbase is officially joining the S&P 500 starting May 19th. It will replace Discover Financial Services, which is being acquired by Capital One, an existing member of the index. Oh, that's interesting. What's up, Matt Romano? Matt Romano, I saw this. I don't know if you follow PokeSignal, but there's this post saying that you could possibly pre-order with these SKUs at Best Buy. I don't know if this is real or not. I'm not sure if PokeSignals is legit because they don't get. Yeah, I just randomly found this account. I don't know if it's legit or not. But if it is, that's kind of interesting. From where? Best Buy. prismatic. It's like you have to go in person and do it. Sometimes you are good with it and sometimes you're not. All my friends are like, do we have happy Kristen or no fun around Kristen today? I get in trouble. That's funny. I mean, I was okay with it in the beginning, but it gets old. It gets old. Got some curtains from my office. I'm so old. Excited about curtains. I need curtains. Have you seen my background? I need curtains. I would get excited about curtains. Best Buy slinging Pokemon. They've been doing it for a while. This is a sand linen? What the hell is that? Sand linen? Oh, is that the curtain? Is that what it's called? Interesting. $50? Not bad. Hey, look right here. 20 bucks? Damn. 20 bucks for that shit? Let's go. Except I don't want. I think I need a longer width. I don't think I need that long of length. I don't know. I'll look at that later though. Shit, you need to become an interior designer. We used to have someone in here, fucking Cripcap. Cripcap was this rich dude who used to be in my chat, and his wife was an interior designer. I wonder what they're up to. I haven't thought about them in a long time. Alright, this is a big move for Coinbase and an even bigger signal for Bitcoin. For a crypto company to be added to one of the most important indexes in the US shows how far this industry has come. It's not just hype anymore, it's becoming a real part of traditional financial system. Thank you to everyone who made it possible for a crypto company to join the S&P 500 for the first time in history, Coinbase posted on their X account. To get in the S&P 500, a company needs to meet a few strict requirements. They need a market cap of at least 18 billion, have most of their shares held by the public, be profitable over the last 4 quarters, and be listed on a US exchange. Coinbase checks all those boxes with a market cap over 40 billion and solid recent earnings. Once Coinbase is added, every fund that tracks the S&P 500 will need to include it in their portfolios. That means more demand for the stock, which could push the price up in the short term. But even more important, it brings more exposure and credibility to the entire crypto space. Congratulations, Brian Armstrong of Coin, being added to the S&P 500 index, said strategy Michael Saylor. A major milestone for Coinbase and Bitcoin. Now let's talk about Bitcoin. Coinbase is one of the top platforms people use to buy and sell Bitcoin. Having it in the S&P 500 makes Bitcoin exposure more accessible to traditional investors. It also helps reduce the idea that Bitcoin and crypto are just some risky gamble. And the numbers speak for themselves. Over the past 14 years, Bitcoin has outperformed the S&P 500 and gold by a huge margin. Since 2010, Bitcoin has surged a staggering 7.2 million% compared to the S&P 500's 306%, and gold's 116%. Even when looking at shorter time frames, Bitcoin consistently beats both For instance, in the past year, Bitcoin is up 27%, while gold is up 37%, and the S&P 500 is only up 5%. In the last 5 years, Bitcoin has gained 1,138%, far surpassing gold's 85%, and the S&P 500's 92%. Interesting. That's one thing I didn't know. I didn't know once a company got in the S&P 500, a bunch of funds had to add it to their portfolios. I didn't know. Where'd my Twitter go? I lost my Twitter. So yeah, that's interesting. That makes sense why companies go up so much when they get added. GameStop's going to be the next one, most likely. It's going to be number 2. Push pins and put on some sheets. Terracotta. I went to meet up with someone to sell my Pokemon, waiting for them in the parking lot, and they sent me a picture of Swiper from Dora and said, "Scalper, no scalping." That's amazing. Oh, that's awesome. I like that. I love that person. That person is the greatest person ever. That's hilarious. Oh, shit. Posted in a Facebook group with 1.7k people in it. One of the kids in chat messaged me and told me and let me in the group, and everyone is clowning him. Interesting. I mean, that dude's hilarious. I think that's funny. That's hilarious. Coinbase joins the S&P 500 as Bitcoin treasury exposure goes mainstream. I mean, we already technically read this article, but it's just written by a different person, I think. May 19th, 25, Coinbase will officially join the S&P 500, widely regarded as the most trusted, most tracked equity index in the world, with over $5 trillion in assets benchmarked to it. The S&P 500 isn't just a measure of corporate strength, it's a gravitational center of global capital allocation, and starting next week, it will include a Bitcoin treasury company. Coinbase currently holds 9,267 Bitcoin on its balance sheet, valued at 963.8 million at today's price of 104,000 per Bitcoin, making it the 9th largest public corporate Bitcoin holder globally. This marks a quieter turning point for Bitcoin in capital markets, one that reframes the treasury conversation and reshapes how companies think about index eligibility, institutional flows, and balance sheet strategy. The most passive flows in finance just found Bitcoin. Coinbase addition to the index means something profound. Millions of investors will soon have indirect exposure to Bitcoin, and they didn't choose it. Because the S&P 500 is tracked by passive strategies, funds and institutions must purchase Coinbase stock in proportion to its index weight. If Coinbase is assigned even a 0.2% weighting, and that implies more than $10 billion in net inflows from index tracking vehicles. This is not a speculative capital. This is mandatory exposure, capital governed by rules, not conviction. And for the first time, those rules lead directly to Bitcoin. See, that's so interesting. I literally didn't know that. Bitcoin treasuries are now index eligible. For years, Bitcoin on the corporate balance sheet was treated as a novelty, or worse, a liability. But Coinbase's inclusion signals something different. Bitcoin exposure is now compatible with the highest standards of institutional eligibility. It's a powerful validation for public companies already holding Bitcoin, and a strategic consideration for those that aren't. Index inclusion is not reserved for fiat-only treasuries. Coinbase's addition confirms the sound operations and a Bitcoin-aligned balance sheet are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they may now be complementary. So, see, this is wrong. Strategy may be next to join the S&P. That's wrong, because Strategy doesn't have positive EPS. but whatever. We'll read it anyway. Coinbase may be the first S&P 500 company with a Bitcoin treasury, but it likely won't be the last. Strategy is widely viewed as the next potential candidate. Company meets many of the S&P 500 baseline criteria. It's a US-based and publicly listed on the Nasdaq, has sufficient free float and market cap. Its last 4 quarters of GAAP earnings are positive. No, it's not. I thought they went off EPS. I could have sworn they went off EPS. I don't know if this is accurate. Could be, but I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure they go off EPS. But maybe I could be wrong. And perhaps most notably, Strategy is the largest corporate Bitcoin holder in the world by far. As of today, it holds 568,840 Bitcoin, currently worth 59.16 billion. Its balance sheet is no longer just Bitcoin heavy, it's a Bitcoin native. If admitted, Strategy would represent an even deeper exposure to Bitcoin inside of the world's most influential index. This matters because it signals the Bitcoin is becoming a foundational component of corporate capital formation, not an outlier. From signal to strategy, a new corporate playbook. Coinbase's entry in Strategy's potential follow-on reinforces an emerging thesis: a Bitcoin treasury can enhance a company's capital profile, not detract from it. Here's why. Visibility. Index inclusion provides perpetual exposure to new capital. Flows. Passive funds are forced buyers, providing liquidity and price support. Perception. Bitcoin is no longer a reputational liability. It's becoming a marker of long-term vision and resilience. In this context, treasury strategy becomes a capital market strategy. Holding Bitcoin isn't just about hedging inflation or diversifying reserves. It's about aligning your company with where capital is flowing. BFC perspective, the bridge has been crossed. From a Bitcoin for corporation standpoint, this is not just news, it's a case study in what institutional acceptance looks like. Coinbase has navigated the public markets as a Bitcoin native company, maintained a material Bitcoin treasury position, and demonstrated that such positioning is not a barrier to index inclusion, it can be a feature. And Strategy, with its commanding treasury and growing influence, may soon follow, cementing Bitcoin's place at the core of U.S. corporate indices. This should embolden public companies and pre-IPO candidates alike. It's proof that Bitcoin alignment doesn't isolate you from traditional systems, it can embed you deeper into it. This is the BFC thesis in action. Bitcoin native capital structures are compatible with institutional legitimacy. What comes next? Bitcoin is entering the core portfolio. With Coinbase's S&P 500 inclusion and Strategy potentially next, the implications are clear. Bitcoin is no longer confined to speculative portfolios. Bitcoin treasuries are now appearing in default asset allocations. The passive indexing era is now passively onboarding Bitcoin, whether the end investor realizes it or not. For CFOs and capital allocators, the takeaway is simple. Bitcoin on the balance sheet is no longer a bet, it's a bridge to the index, to the allocators, to the long game. With Coinbase joining the S&P 500, Bitcoin exposure is entering the core of institutional portfolios, not through a financial product, but via public companies' balance sheet. As Strategy positions to follow, this marks a broader shift. Bitcoin treasury strategy is becoming part of the mainstream capital structure. Nice. Bro wasted my time. I mean, that's still funny, though. It's funny that someone hates scalpers that much that they would do that. About 0 Pokemon. Well, that's lame. Pokemon's great. Pokemon's amazing. Good lord, this is a long-ass article. The Bitcoin mempool. Why we have filters. I have no clue what this is. In my prior article on the mempool, I laid out simple conceptual framework to reason about the basic functionalities of the mempool and how it was used by different kinds of users of the Bitcoin network. In this piece, I'll be looking at the differences between relay policy and consensus rules and why by default Bitcoin nodes do not relay some types of Bitcoin transactions despite being consensus valid. First and foremost, regardless of the peer-to-peer network refusing to relay certain kinds of consensus valid transactions, if those transactions were to find up in a miner's mempool and be selected for inclusion in a block, they will be received and downloaded by nodes when they receive that block. Nothing can prevent this short of consensus changes to make those classes of transactions invalid under consensus rules. I might need to read this article first, because we need to know what a mempool is before we read this, I guess. Everyone who has used Bitcoin has made use of the mempool or a mempool. So what is the mempool? Well, technically there's no such thing as the mempool. Every individual full Bitcoin node operates in its own mempool, a cache of valid Bitcoin transactions that have been broadcast to the network but have yet to be confirmed in a block. Nodes exchange messages with each other to see what transactions they have or not, and exchange ones they don't have. Each mempool is its own independent island, essentially, with its own set of unconfirmed transactions, and sometimes its own configuration variables and settings. There is a size value to configure, set to 300 megabytes by default. In addition to this, there is no minimum fee rate that dynamically adjusts itself and can have a configured value. This is used to decide which transactions to kick out of your mempool when it gets full or more transactions keep coming. There are a few other configurable options, such as the data carrier and the data carrier size options affecting transactions containing OP-return outputs. Different nodes have different reasons for running a mempool, and therefore different needs, but it is ultimately through everyone in synchrony running their own mempools, interacting with each other, that those individual needs are met. Think of each mempool as a literal pool, all connected to each other by channels in the ground. The larger a mempool is, the deeper the pool is in the ground. Miners, exchanges, block explorers, these are all going to be in the deepest pools. They all have different reasons motivating them to want to know of every unconfirmed transaction that is waiting to get into a block. Miners to be sure that they have the most profitable transactions for their next block. Exchanges to be sure they are aware of all pending transactions. Block explorers because their entire service is displaying as complete a data set about the blockchain and mempool as possible. Your average nodes only really need to be deep enough to contain the top fee rate slice of the mempool. Now think of each transaction as a drop of liquid. The higher the fee rate, the denser the drop of liquid. These drops flow into the channels between the pools, and upon arriving at each pool, a drop received is duplicated and then sent on through the channels to any other pool that hasn't gotten that drop already. As pools fill up, upon overflowing, the less dense liquids, lower fee rates, will spill over the edge and out the pool first. Eventually, some lucky miners get to scoop a size-restricted amount of liquid out of the bottom of the pool and dump that into its newest glass tank in a long snaking line of glass tanks being filled with liquid to sit there forever, quote, the blockchain. This is just a way to think about the system intuitively and encompass most of its dynamics. This arrangement of pool interlinking serves different purposes for different users. Transactors. Users making transactions have two uses for the mempool. First and foremost is to get their transactions to the miners. If they don't get to a miner's mempool, then there's no possible way for them to wind up in a block. Mempools interlinking and sharing transactions with each other guarantees that eventually, once a transaction is put into a mempool, it will wind up in the mempools of all the miners. Having a robust and decentralized network to guarantee that transactions will eventually get from a user to all the miners regardless of changing and fragmented connections on the network is a valuable thing. Good lord. The second use is fee estimation, which is especially important for layer 2 users who could at any time have to ensure a response transaction to an invalid state is confirmed in a timely manner. It is possible to get some degree of fee estimation by just looking at the fee rate of transactions in those blocks. That does not tell you anything about the current state of the mempool after the most recent block. It doesn't account for sudden spikes, opportunistic actors flooding the mempool, or the next wave of a growing transaction spike that hasn't finished yet. Without a view of the mempool, fee estimation cannot be sure it is taking into account the current state of pending transactions. Receivers. When you receive Bitcoin, your node verifies the transactions as well as the entire block containing it. The transaction paying you is broadcast, winds up in a miner's mempool. They find a block. That block is broadcast to the network, and then your node downloads and verifies it. Except that's not how it actually works unless you disable your node's mempool and run it blocks only mode. Your node validates each transaction when it is first received in its mempool and caches that as a valid Bitcoin transaction. When a miner finds a block, they actually only relay the block header and a small piece of compressed information. For lack of a better explanation, that can be used to figure out which transactions are in a block. Your node then grabs the pre-validated transactions, verifies the header, and if it all passes, forwards the compact block onward. This optimization is actually why miners no longer depend on centralized and permission relay networks like Fibra, formerly maintained by Matt Corallo, and the short-lived Falcon network, which used to be necessary for miners to connect to in order to guarantee low block relay latency to other miners due to the poor relay speed across the peer-to-peer network. I'll be honest, I'm kind of confused, but it kind of makes sense, kind of not. Kind of makes sense, kind of doesn't. Miners obviously want to see everything. They're profit-driven entities that want to be able to select from the largest set of pending transactions possible, the ones that include the highest paying fee. This is how they maximize profit and earn revenue to continue expanding their operation and remain competitive. They literally get money out of the mempool. Their incentive to acquire any valid fee-paying transactions is so strong that they have historically, presently, and almost certainly in the future built numerous systems and even informal arrangements available socially, designed to allow users to directly submit transactions to the miners rather than through open peer-to-peer network, block explorers, chain analytics, etc. They, like miners, want to see every pending transaction that has been created and broadcast to the world. The major difference between the groups is miners directly monetize these transactions, collecting fees. Blockchain explorers and analytics companies to indirectly monetize those transactions by displaying, analyzing, and providing the analysis of the information in a product that is monetized. I can't point to any concrete examples involving cached mempool data, but chain analytic companies have been known to regularly buy privately acquired metadata regarding transaction activity on chain. They've also been known to operate Cybele Bitcoin nodes that peer as widely as possible, with nodes across the entire network to be able to narrow down which set of nodes originally broadcast a transaction. Block explorers as well monetize visual displays of blockchain and mempool data. Their entire business model is focused around that. Access to more data to display to their users is more information to potentially monetize if useful, or novel ways to display that information or information derived from it. Information wants to flow. All of these different classes of users benefit from there being a public mempool because of one simple dynamic. Information flows freely across them. As long as there is a sufficient fee to get past minimum relay filters, it is consensus valid and does not present a legitimate denial of service or resource exhaustion risk to individual nodes. It provides value for every class of user and propagating across each individual mempool in the network. Without a functional public mempool, the only viable alternatives to all of these different uses for individual users is centralized solutions or an unmanageable chaos of slapdash and disorganized attempts at fragmented public mempools that each user will need to individually track. This not only introduces the potential for manipulation of fee rate data, deceiving users, and minor extractable value concerns caused by private relaying of transactions. Without a healthy and open public mempool, These are the types of issues that Bitcoin will have to confront. In a follow-up article, I'll be looking at these issues. Okay, and then that's this article. I'm going to see what other articles there are. Metaplanet issues 15 million in bonds. I wonder if they're 0%. Let's see. No interest. And then maybe that one. See what else. See if there's any gaming news or anything. The gaming news has been pretty ass lately. I mean, you got Doom Dark Ages. I think that comes out this weekend or something. But that's about it. Could have sworn there was an article in here that I wanted to read. Maybe it was on a different website, I don't know. Helldivers 2 is getting an update. One of the most important updates yet, it says. I guess Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, the remake of 3 and 4 doesn't have a story mode, which is weird. Why did I bro, people who are bearish on GameStop are so stupid, I swear. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be pocket watching. Maybe you should worry about what you're doing with your life. You ever think about that? Fucking pocket watchers, bro. Fucking pocket watchers. Damn, there was a Team Rocket Glory Pokemon case that just dropped, but it's already it was so limited. Oh, there's this one. There's this drop that just dropped. It's Japanese, I guess. Very limited. I'm not gonna buy it, but it looks cool. The other listing I saw was sold out. So kind of interesting. The Pokemon drops. It's pretty cool, but it's Japanese, so. I think I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. So yeah. There's a Pokemon drop. It says FYI, orders are open in Japan, but are currently not expected to ship until 2026. The offer linked here are all available to ship within the next few days/weeks. So Pretty cool drop. Not what I'm looking for, but pretty cool. Pretty cool drop. Tony Hawk wants Activision to remake Underground. Well, if they remake Underground, they better have the fucking story mode in it. That's the only reason that game's good. I mean, Underground is actually the best Tony Hawk, but it has a good story mode. Really good story mode. So they better not fuck it. 20 years ago today, MTV revealed the Xbox 360 to the world. Oh, that was yesterday. That was published yesterday. That's crazy. Xbox 360 revealed. Maybe we'll read that article. I don't know. Where did everyone go? Told you I talk too much. Nah, you're good. I think most people just lurk. Really. And who knows what the GameStop price is doing? You know, if GameStop is going down, then it's likely people leave. And then people leave when they get clapped, or, you know, people leave when I clap someone. It's just what it is, what it is. It is what it is. I kind of learned the other day when I was in that Bitcoin stream that most people just don't even type in the chat. There was like over 1,000 people in that stream and barely anyone talking. So it's kind of I just don't think most people type in chat. Should have showed my face. Always makes me run. Work and type. I'm talking from experience, but I make it work. Yeah, that too. It does take time to be typing. There was like 20 people in here earlier, but it's most likely just because GameStop was going up. Google's reportedly planning to unveil a Pinterest alternative. Apple brings magnifier to Macs. Apple's bringing accessibility labels to the App Store later this year. I don't know what that means. I don't really want to read about it. Philips Fixables will let you 3D print replacement parts for your electric razors and trimmers. What? I want to read about that. That sounds interesting. Jamie Lee Curtis publicly shamed Mark Zuckerberg to remove a deepfake ad. NASA's Webb telescope captures mesmerizing images of Jupiter's auroras. I won't read it, but I want to see the pictures, I guess. U.S.-China slash tariffs for 90 days. Trump has fired the director of the U.S. Copyright Office. Scientists find lead really can be turned into gold with help from Large Hadron Collider. What? FTC pushes the enforcement of its click to cancel rule back to July. I wonder what that is. The Nintendo's latest update to its users agreement allows it to brick switches caught with illegal material on them. Mexico suing Google over Gulf of America name change for U.S. users. That's odd. Google will pay Texas $1.4 billion to settle data privacy violation lawsuit. Trump plans to shut down Consumer Product Safety Commission. There's a lot of news today. Well, this is from the weekend, I think. All right, that's that. Nothing I really wanted to read, but a lot of headlines. When does this come out? It doesn't say. I don't know when Doom Dark Ages comes out, but it's literally like in the next week or two. Or maybe it's already out. I don't know. I don't know. Have I seen Matt S lately? No, I have not actually. I don't know what he's up to. I don't even remember the last time he was in here. New report says Rockstar will roll back Clock with remastered classic while fans wait. Maybe we'll read that. Can you get banned for teabagging in Call of Duty? That'd be so funny. Get banned for teabagging in frickin' Call of Duty. Jeff Jolly. What's up, Jeff Jolly? If that's any help. As long as you're doing good, bro. As long as you're doing good. Does Moose know we got de-wrenched? Yeah. I feel like I should be mad about it. I mean, you can get mad about it, but it is what it is. It is what it is. They changed this website a little bit. I guess, you know, from my view, if YouTube blocks your message, there's probably a reason for it. So it shouldn't get approved. So that's kind of why there's no mods. And also, I want to ban people. Well, I guess I haven't really banned anyone, but it is fun to clap them. I guess we'll read that. It's not much gaming news. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then I got a bunch of articles to read. Whoops. I was muted. I don't remember what I said, but anyone who's saying X price, whether it says 27, 28, 29, 30, anyone who says X price is important doesn't really know what they're talking about. It's good that we're trading above 28 because 28's been, you know, heavy resistance throughout time, and every time we've hit, you know, 28.30, the market's fucking sold off, you know, 20%, or not the market, but GameStop has sold off 20% or more. It's good to see us not selling off. Does it, you know, doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. So maybe, you know, if that's what they're attributing it to, but if they think that just because we're trading above 28, the stock's going to squeeze or something, that's not, it's not real. Will always be wrench sibling. I'm up $4 on my GME. Damn. Should have bought more. Should have bought more. I'm just kidding. You did buy it like these prices, though. So, you know. All right. Tony Hawk wants Activision to remake Underground. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4 is set to launch in July, but even though the latest entry in the long-running franchise is not even out yet, fans are already looking beyond it to the series' future. Specifically, many want to know if Tony Hawk's Underground and Underground 2 will get fancy remakes one day. According to Tony Hawk, he wants those remakes and will campaign to make them real. THPS 3+4 is an upcoming remake of the third and fourth entries in the THPS franchise, which were released in 2001 and 2002, respectively, on PS2. The games are incredibly popular and received rave reviews back in the day, but for many fans, the best game in the series is the one that followed those two, 2003's Tony Hawk's Underground. This is the entry that lets you get off your board, added a bigger open world, side activities, and even a story complete with cutscenes. And now that THPS 3+4 are soon to be released, many are hoping Activision remakes THUG and THUG 2 next. So does Hawk himself. During a preview event, Tony Hawk was asked about the future of the legendary skateboarding series, and whether he had aspirations to keep it going with a Thug remake. I always have aspirations, Hawk told the outlet. It's not up to me generally. I'll campaign all I can, but I'm working with a much bigger company that's a lot smarter than me. When Screen Rant pushed again, asking if Activision has hinted that it wants to do a Thug remake after THPS 3+4, Hawk responded, "Yeah, we haven't even released this game," which is totally fair. Still, I do hope that Hawk is able to convince Activision to remake Tony Hawk's Underground and its sequel at some point. I've been wanting a Thug remake myself for a long time, and I really enjoy those games shake up the THPS formula in a big way. Sure, you can argue that they also marked the end of the series' classic era and likely set the franchise on a course that would lead to worse sequels. But that doesn't change the fact that Thug is a fantastic skateboarding game that would likely be a hit these days. The kids love open world games and zany antics. They'd likely dig Thug. But I'm not holding my breath, as it took Activision 5 years to finally give us more Tony Hawk after the success of THPS 1+2 in 2020. In other Tony Hawk news, Bam Margera is going to be a secret skater in THPS 3+4. This follows a report that Hawk pressured and demanded Activision that the devs include the skater in the game after he has cleaned up his life. You'll be able to play as Bam, Hawk, and a bunch of other skaters when Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3+4 launches on July 11th on Xbox, Game Pass, PlayStation, Switch 2, Switch, and PC. Nice. I would only play this game again if they did re-release Underground. I never even played 3 and 4, I don't think. I think I only played the first two. I don't remember. Definitely the first one. Maybe the second one. But I played the fuck out of Underground. That's a good game. The best one. Hopefully they don't ruin the controls, though. Like the newer Tony Hawk games, controls are ass. This is the Xbox 360 reveal from 20 years ago. Or was it 20 years ago? Yeah, 20 years ago. And there's music. Yeah, this is an old ass fucking. This is a 20-minute reveal? Holy shit. I'm not watching this. That's 20 minutes to reveal this thing?
Welcome to the Avalon in Hollywood, California. I'm Elijah Wood, and MTV is here to bring you an exclusive look at the new Xbox, a console that's about to change digital entertainment forever. Tonight we will learn tricks from pro gamers as they take a look inside the studios of Rare in London. Then we're going 4-on-4 showdown style with some of your favorite celebs and gamers in the ultimate celebrity deathmatch.
Gaming 2000.
Alright. Choking on your alibis, but it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. What's up? Why are you saying my name? Open up my eager eyes. All right. So this is a continuation of that mempool article. Will you post a list of the rules on your channel description? No. No. Tricky one. What's up, Tricky one? I'm gonna forget one. I mean, it's pretty, like, there's really no, like, set rules. It's just bring value to the chat and don't be saying weird shit. Pretty basic. Anyway. First and foremost, regardless of the peer-to-peer network refusing to relay certain kinds of consensus-valid transactions, if those transactions were to find up in a miner's mempools and be selected for inclusion in a block, they will be received and downloaded by nodes. When they receive that block, nothing can prevent this short of consensus changes to make those classes of transactions invalid under consensus rules. What's weird, also, we can't talk about some people. I don't know. Like I said, there's no set rules. If you get clapped, you get clapped. I like, like I don't know. I don't think there's a set rule. If you get clapped, I mean, I feel like that's your fault. I don't know if you need a set rule for that. I don't know. I guess here's your rule. Rule 1: don't annoy the host. Rule 2: refer to Rule 1. There you go. There's your rules. There are different types of filters for different reasons. The 3 general types of filters are those protecting nodes, and therefore the network from denial of service, those protecting upgrade hooks for future soft forks, and those gently discouraging things that Bitcoiners might not like but otherwise present no serious harm, individual nodes or the network. Denial of service vectors. Bitcoin nodes are computer programs running on computers. This means they all have the technical constraints of any programming running on any computer, limitations for storage, memory, processing power, etc. This is the root of why the block size limit was introduced and maintained, so as to create a global constraint keeping the verification cost reasonable for normal devices. This class of filters is designed to specifically to ensure that with the block space limit, individual transactions that can be created that can consume too much of a node's resources do not do so. What the fuck is this sentence? The simplest example of such a filter is the minimum fee rate needed for a transaction to propagate and the replace by fee rules dictating when a different version of the same transaction can replace the previous one, i.e. only when it pays a higher fee than the last version. Once you sign a transaction with a fee, you are on the hook. Unless you double spend it, any miner who gets that transaction can mine it and collect that fee. There's no way to escape paying that cost other than spending your UTXO in a different transaction first, which also requires a fee. The reason for this DOS protection, without having to put themselves on the hook for a fee that they can't escape paying, A user could simply create infinite variations of a single transaction and spam the mempools of every node on the network, eating bandwidth and memory in the process. Nothing would be stopping them from doing this forever. Nodes on the network would outright crash, or bandwidth costs become so exorbitantly high that users couldn't afford them. Another example of transactions filtered by relay policy are expensive to validate transactions. It is possible to create transactions that are incredibly expensive to verify. Some blocks can be created that will take a Bitcoin node running on normal consumer hardware over an hour to verify. This is done by creating large custom scripts that are designed to create the maximum amount of signature checks that can be and stuffing a block full of nothing but these transactions. Such script structures have been constructed before and verification times tested on different types of machines, but the exact structure of those scripts has not been publicly revealed by developers who did so for obvious reasons. These are transactions that could literally stall the entire network. A last example of DOS protection would be the dust limit. Transactions creating UTXOs with a Satoshi value below the dust limit are not relayed because the fee to spend the UTXO would be higher than the Satoshi value of the output. This makes it uneconomical and unlikely that it would ever be spent, meaning that the UTXO set would have to store these outputs forever. This could create a bloating UTXO set that makes block validation more computationally intensive. Future soft forks. All major upgrades to the Bitcoin protocol have been done with soft forks, an upgrade mechanism that allows new script functionality to be added to the protocol in a way that unupgraded nodes will still accept as valid. This is possible because Bitcoin script includes undefined opcodes, meaning that any use of them automatically is considered valid because no verification rules are currently defined for them. When people upgrade their nodes to enforce the new rules, upgraded nodes will apply the new rules against the opcode, and older ones will simply accept any use of them. As long as the miners do not mine transactions violating the new rules before the network of nodes all upgrade, everyone stays on the same blockchain and everything is backwards compatible. Transactions using these undefined opcodes are filtered by relay policy. This is done in order to preserve the upgradability of the Bitcoin protocol in the future. If users were to make UTXOs using such undefined opcodes, say in combination with the defined ones, so that they weren't spendable by anyone, if that undefined opcode were given verification rules in a soft fork, the UTXO would become unspendable. The structure of the script would not be able to meet the new verification rules applied during the soft fork. Allowing these to propagate and be confirmed could allow UTXOs using undefined opcodes to turn any potential soft fork upgrade in the future into a philosophical dilemma of not upgrading or rendering some users' coins unspendable. Discouragement. There are some types of transactions that, while causing no actual harm to nodes on the network, i.e. crashing nodes, using excessive memory or resources, a large segment of networks users find undesirable or contrary to the primary purpose of Bitcoin. Examples of such transactions would be those making use of large op return outputs, or inscriptions making use of the witness field to write arbitrary information to the blockchain. These are discouraged because they are not seen as a primary use case of the Bitcoin network. Not everything is the same. These different classes of filters and relay policy are very clearly, distinctly different things. Not all relay filters exist for the same reason. Not all of them involve the same incentives for miners to mine or not mine them. Each of them exists for a specific purpose to protect your node or the blockchain from different types of things that are either legitimately damaging or just undesirable. All filters are not the same, and the difference between the things that are filtering is massive. Everything from problematic transactions that could crash the network, which should be fixed at the consensus level, to just discouraging harmless transactions that people find undesirable. It's important to realize the difference between these things. For instance, a miner might mine a simply undesirable transaction if a user pays for it, but no rational miner would construct and mine a block full of transactions that would crash the entire network. That would undermine their investment. Okay, the mempool thing doesn't really make a lot of sense, but whatever. Good lord. I think this is another continuation of that article. Okay. Damn, it's only 11:30. Okay, op return limits. Bitcoin's battle over arbitrary data. An op return debate flared up in the Bitcoin industry in recent weeks and has now been invaded by the most controversial spaces within the industry. The topic is rich and complex, and many people have strong opinions on the matter. Op return is an opcode in Bitcoin scripting language used to store metadata or arbitrary data that is not relevant for Bitcoin transaction validation. As such, can be pruned by node runners without much issue, enabling more efficient management of spam while also giving developers a controlled environment to anchor data on chain. Taking a harm reduction approach to the problem of spam, the op return controversy was recently triggered by a pull request submitted by Peter Todd to the Bitcoin Core repository. Proponents of the update seek to uncap the amount of arbitrary data that can be placed in the op return by removing the mempool policy rule that restricts it to 80 bytes. By consequence, this moves the limit up to the consensus block size cap of 1 megabyte of non-SegWit data. They argue that this limit is no longer effective at stopping spam, and on the contrary, is leading to more harmful behaviors such as stuffing data into UTXOs, which harm node runners. Furthermore, the proposal removed the data carrier flag, a configuration option that allowed node runners to choose which transactions to filter from their local mempool based on how much arbitrary data the op return carried. The opposition, led by Luke Dager, not only wants to keep the op return limit in place and retain the data carrier size, but proposes further mempool policy restrictions on arbitrary data and non-monetary transactions on Bitcoin. Both camps generally agree that arbitrary data on Bitcoin is a bad thing for the network. They also agree that filters cannot possibly filter all kinds of spam. What they disagree on is how effective these kinds of filters are in mitigating spam. They also disagree on the consequences of imposing or removing these filters from the network, their impact on the cost of running a node, and their impact on mining centralization. See that this guy is posting proof now of that Best Buy thing. So, I mean, if anyone wants to go to Best Buy and try this, if you want to get some prismatic, it might work. I don't know. I don't know. He posted proof though. Potentially. I guess you would just go to Best Buy and tell them to look up these SKUs or something like that. And then maybe you'd be able to pre-order it or something. Something like that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but they're saying that works. Do I not have this dude on noties? Notifications on Twitter suck. I didn't even get a notification for that. I just saw it. Lurking today, got a lot of work. You're good, Matt Romano. You're good, bro. I'll try to stay on top of the Pokemon for us. In case there's anything. Try it out here, about to take lunch. I'm starving. For sure, bro. For sure. Could be worth the try. I don't know. Someone gifted me a membership again? I just got an email? I don't think so. Nobody's gifted memberships. Both camps generally agree that arbitrary data on Bitcoin is a bad thing for the network. They also agree that filters cannot possibly filter all kinds of spam. What they disagree on is how effective these kinds of... Oh wait, I already read that. I tried to do that at Best Buy when Destin Rivals did a drop. They did not let me pre-order. This one's for Prismatic, though. It's not a pre-order. I think they're just, stock is coming. So you're just, yeah, I don't know. Who knows if it's actually going to work? He posted the proof, so maybe it can work, but yeah. Who ultimately knows? I would go to Best Buy, but maybe I'll do it later. I don't know. I'd imagine the longer you wait, the less it's gonna work. But this Twitter account doesn't get very many views, so you also have a lot less competition if it does work. If. Who knows if it actually works? In support of removing the op return size limit, wait, what did he say? I think, let's see, ask a rep to place the order manually at checkout. Yeah, it doesn't say you can like call them or anything like that. Maybe after the stream, I'll go to Best Buy and see if it works, just to see if this account's legit. Okay. In support of removing the op return size limit, spearheaded by Peter Todd, through supported by many Bitcoin Core contributors, the removal of the op return limit represents a harm reduction approach to the problem of spam and arbitrary data on Bitcoin. Todd argues that the current op return limit, initially placed over a decade ago to give spammers a safe and controlled space for arbitrary data, no longer serves its purpose as companies and enthusiasts have developed direct-to-miner private mempools, such as Mara's Slipstream, that bypass mempool policy. The op return limit was put in place after Satoshi Nakamoto left to protect the network from similar spam, but during a very different era when blocks were rarely full, much less boasting a high-fee environment. There were also few to no tools for pruning, and the software was very inefficient. Many optimizations have been implemented over the last decade, and their cumulative effects influence this debate. The op return limit was thus more effective when it was first created and more difficult to bypass. Today, NFT and arbitrary data enthusiasts with ambitious projects pressured out the op return space by the current mempool limit have resorted to stuffing arbitrary data into the UTXO set instead. Unlike op return or SegWit spaces, which can be reasonably pruned off nodes, the UTXO set is generally held in RAM, the most expensive form of memory. The UTXO set needs to be processed by nodes to verify the supply of coins and be able to validate the integrity of new transactions, a fundamental piece of running a node, without which home nodes lose much of their value proposition. UTXO data stuffing as a result imposes significant costs on node runners by increasing initial block download, overall sync time, and hardware requirements that ultimately harm the decentralization of the Bitcoin network. Finally, supporters argue that miners are rational economic actors, in economic terms meaning that to stay alive in a very competitive market, miners need to optimize for profits wherever possible. Thus, if mining consensus valid non-standard transactions give them an edge, they will take it. Back in 2023, Luc Daguerre proposed a change that sought to apply data carrier mempool policy to SegWit and taproot arbitrary data, such as inscriptions, further restricting the options for spammers. Peter Todd exposed the PR, explaining that the transactions targeted by this pull request are a very significant source of fee revenue for miners. It is very unlikely that miners will give up the source of revenue. Censoring those transactions would simply encourage the development of private mempools, harmful to small miners, while making fee estimation less reliable. In support of removing the data carrier flag, Todd's pull request did one more thing aside from removing op return limit. It also removed the data carrier flag from the configuration options of node operators. Users of Bitcoin Core node software can control what transactions they relay through their node based on a configuration option called the data carrier flag, which looks specifically at the amount of data in the op return, the default today being 80 bytes of arbitrary data. Supporters argue that the flag is obsolete now and that the prevalence of tools like the mining pool Mara's Slipstream program or Todd's Lebre relay streamline the inclusion of consensus valid transactions, even if they're non standard by mempool policy. Consensus valid non standard transactions are in conflict with mempool policy rules like the op return limit, but do not break any consensus rules and thus can be included in Bitcoin by a miner directly if the miner can simply be made aware of the transaction. Such systems already obsolete controversial filters. Supporters argue, making the data carrier flag irrelevant, particularly if the default op return size limit is lifted. Supporters argue that the flag only gives users the illusion of control and is a footgun, a tool that is dangerously easy to misuse, and in this case has no utility to the user. Finally, removing the data carrier flag alongside the op return limit can remove a recurring point of conflict and controversy for Bitcoin Core, as filters supporting Bitcoin maximalists are not the only ones with an opinion on the matter or capable of rallying the internet to oppose a pull request. This article makes me feel pretty dumb. In 2023, a pull request was made to Bitcoin Core that sought to change the default mempool policy around routing bear multi-sig transactions. This is an old standard that is used today by NFT protocols such as Stamps, among others, to ensure their arbitrary data easily makes it to the chain, and better yet, cannot be easily pruned. The pull request quickly devolved into an internet flame war between spammers and supporters of the change, pausing its integration into Bitcoin Core in a similar way as Todd's pull request did last week. Should I stop by Best Buy? What was the post saying? If you want to try it, you just have to go there, ask a rep to place the order manually at checkout, and then you give them these SKUs. 6606078 for the stickers, 6606079 for the binder, and 6606082 for the ETB. You can order them with the SKU numbers. Yeah, I guess so. If you should try it if you can or if you want to. It would be good to see. It would be good to know if this account's legit or not, you know? It definitely would be good to know cuz this account's not really followed by anyone. So that's also, you know, potentially this isn't going to work for that reason. But if it does work, I mean, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing if it does work. No premium collection. The ETB's right here. 6606082. Oh, you're talking about super premium. No, this isn't for super premium. This is for something else, I guess. By removing the data carrier flag, which supports argue is relevant anyway, drama of this sort can be put to bed, and Bitcoin Core contributors can move on to other, more pressing issues they argue, in opposition to removing the op return size limit. The opposition, I can't say this word, I can't say that. I can't say this word. I literally can't say this word, dude. I can't say it. I don't even know how. I can't say it. Colloquial. I can't say it. I don't know how to say it. Colloquential? I don't think that's right. Colloquial. Is that right? Colloquial. That sounds weird. Colloquial. Okay, I got you now. I got you. What was the definition for that? Appropriate to the spoken language or to writing that seeks the effect of speech. Sure. Colloquial. I couldn't say it, dude. I literally couldn't say that word. It wasn't working. The opposition colloquial known as the filterers and led by longtime Bitcoin Core contributor Luke Dajur, argue that removing the op return size limit is a surrender to the spammers, that perfect filters are not what is needed, rather that the mere act of filtering sends a message to the companies or projects looking to build arbitrary data reliant systems on top of Bitcoin. The message is go build that somewhere else or find a better way to do it. They argue that Bitcoin is a network for monetary transactions only, that anything outside of that definition is spam. Monetary transactions are, in their view, Bitcoin transactions that seek only to transfer Bitcoin denominated value between two users, with goods and services transferred off chain in return. According to Chris Gueda, a Lightning developer and Bitcoin not supporter, there are roughly two formal definitions for monetary transactions on Bitcoin. I think there are effectively two different definitions. One has to do with whether the transaction is actually using Bitcoin as a payment rail and not a database for scammy products, referring to NFTs, adding, and the other definition is effectively does it fit within 40/80 bytes in op return. If neither of these standards apply, they consider it spam. NFT trades or arbitrary data used to anchor layer 2 protocols on top of the Bitcoin do not count as monetary transactions in this sense, and thus are considered spam, even if these layer 2s might be conducting financial transactions of various kinds. Furthermore, filterers argue that Bitcoin Core should be actively looking for ways to discourage this kind of behavior. They argue that spammers moving to UTXO stuffing is evidence that the filters work, and that the pressure effectively leads them to find other ways to spam the network. In other words, if the filters did not work, then spammers would not be looking for expensive terrain on which to build their spam systems, such as the UTXO set. Thus, not only should the op return limit be kept, but it should probably be shrunk further, perhaps back to the historical 40 bytes. Furthermore, the data carrier flag should be expanded to govern segregated witness and taproot transactions, which are uncapped for arbitrary data up to the block size limit and are being exploited by spammers, the most prominent of which are inscriptions. Finally, the filters affirm that systems like Todd's Lebre Relay or Mara's Slipstream can be fought in various ways, and they do not intend to simply fold if Bitcoin Core continues with its current development path. The result has been growing interest in Bitcoin Knots, the alternative implementation of Bitcoin maintained by Luke Dajur, among others, to empower Bitcoin users to run their own filters as they see fit and fight spam. As of the time of writing, according to Luke's network analysis, over 5% of the Bitcoin nodes are running Bitcoin Knots, in opposition to removing data carrier flag. Filters and Bitcoin Knots enthusiasts also defend the data carrier flag on principle. They argue with sufficient numbers, coordinated node runners have a path to successfully filter a certain set of spam, going as far as to argue for the expansion of what the data carrier flag governs, as seen in that pull request from 2023 by Luke Dajur. In it, SegWit and Taproot arbitrary data storage capabilities would also be limited by the node runner controlled data carrier flag. They currently are not. This point, in particular, has resonated with many people as seen by the growing numbers of Bitcoiners running the Bitcoin Knots implementation of Bitcoin, which includes mempool policy changes of this sort while keeping all other Bitcoin Core code intact. Some Bitcoin Knot supporters like Chris Gueda are starting to talk about user-controlled relay policies or module filters, which can be created from refactoring mempool policy code and updated to follow certain actively managed templates, a kind of automated spam filter algorithm that users could choose from a provider. On X, he argued it is often claimed that filtering spam is a cat and mouse game, where somehow the filterers are at a disadvantage. I think that's absurd. We can create filters as fast as a new fungible token meta protocols can create their new TX formats before they even hit mainnet. While even filters recognize that there are limits to spam control, they maintain that a hostile environment to spam-related software systems and business models is a good thing, and one that needs to be maintained to deter bad behavior. even if the more price-insensitive versions will nevertheless go direct to miners and pay to make it into a block. Okay. Okay. Pretty exciting stuff, I guess. Pretty confusing, actually, but whatever. Okay. Public companies have already bought 3.3x more Bitcoin than this year's new supply. It's only May, and public corporations have already bought 3.3 times more Bitcoin than has been supplied in 2025. According to a new graphic from asset manager Bitwise, to put that into perspective, the new supply for the year is around 60,000 Bitcoin, and companies have already surpassed 196,000 Bitcoin in purchases. A year ago, there were only a few companies, notably Strategy and Metaplanet, holding Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Now there are over 70 companies with a public Bitcoin treasury strategy, and according to Strategy CEO Fong Li, next year we could be at 700 companies. That kind of growth isn't random. It's a clear signal that corporate strategy is evolving fast. Companies aren't just testing the waters anymore, they're diving in. This isn't some short-term trend. This is a major shift in how businesses are thinking about money, reserves, and long-term value protection. Just yesterday, founder and CEO of Nakamoto, David Bailey, announced a merger with Kindly MD to establish a Bitcoin treasury. In an interview with CNBC, David said, "We are MicroStrategy squared, but what we're trying to build is a global portfolio of Bitcoin treasury companies and capital market access, and we want to have one vehicle that investors can buy in every major capital market." During last week's Bitcoin for Corporations event at Strategy World 2025 in Orlando, Florida, Michael Saylor, executive chairman of Strategy, said Bitcoin treasury companies are becoming exponentially more powerful, and he's not just hyping it. He predicts 30 to 60% growth annually for the next decade, with a long-term forecast of 29 to 30% ARR. That's not normal corporate growth, that's exponential compounding with conviction. Saylor pointed out how even political pushback is helping Bitcoin. Every single time a politician blocks something or reacts negatively, they are driving it forward, Saylor said. You can't pay for the marketing we just got in Arizona. That is going to catalyze millions and millions of people to say, what is that? What is this thing? Was that the right decision? Should we reevaluate this? Everything is good for Bitcoin. And he's not wrong. Whether it's state level bans or media panic, all it does is make people curious. The curiosity leads to research, which leads to understanding, and for a lot of companies and investors, that ends with buying Bitcoin. Li Fong also highlighted how recent U.S. government actions are actually bullish. What is happening in the U.S. government, the embracement of the strategic Bitcoin reserve, digital asset framework, stablecoin bills. We have an administration that is very supportive of Bitcoin and makes everybody wake up and say, what is this Bitcoin thing? Crazy. Crazy stuff. Let's see. Missouri bill would enable tax-free Bitcoin spending. Missouri's House Bill 594, which would eliminate capital gains taxes for residents in the state, recently passed. What? Damn, I'm moving to Missouri, bro. Recently passed a vote in the state's House of Representatives and now awaits a signature from Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe. If the bill passes, Missourians can write off 100% of all income reported as capital gains for federal income tax purposes, according to the language in the bill. This means that residents of Missouri would not have to pay a capital gains tax when they spend or sell their Bitcoin. Well, it doesn't seem like it's just for crypto. It sounds like it's for capital gains in general, which is good for real estate, stocks, crypto, a lot of things. This bill differs from a bill recently introduced in Rhode Island that would permit the state's residents to spend up to $10,000 per month in Bitcoin without incurring a capital gains tax on the state level, while still paying it on the federal level, in that it stipulates that the adjusted gross income for Missourians under this bill would alter their federal gross income. The language in the bill reads as follows: the Missouri adjusted gross income of a resident individual shall be the taxpayer's federal adjusted gross income, subject to the modifications in the bill. It's unclear as to whether Governor Kehoe will sign the bill or not, as if it were to be enacted, it would reduce the state's revenue by almost $300 million a year, at a time when public schools in Missouri are underfunded, and Governor Kehoe has acknowledged that public schools are underperforming. With that said, other Republicans in the state have made the argument that enacting HB 594 into law would fuel economic growth in the state and provide tax relief for the average Missourian. I kind of agree. I feel like a lot of people would go there for that. HB 594's passing in the Missouri House of Representatives come in the wake of a broader push back on taxation within the United States, as President Trump recently shared on Truth Social that he's considering eliminating income taxes on those making less than $200,000 per year, as he implements tariffs to make up for the difference in revenue. If Governor Kehoe signs the bill into law, Missouri will become the first state with income taxes to leave out earnings from capital gains, as well as a friendly jurisdiction for Bitcoiners looking to spend their Bitcoin without having to pay taxes on the fiat gains they made on it. Pretty cool. Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. You get a Bitcoin, and you get a Bitcoin, and you get a Bitcoin. What's GameStop doing these days? Hasn't moved. Typical. Typical stuff. At least you're trading volume in the 28s. That's really what you want to be seeing. Rush Peoples. What's up, Rush? Been a while, bro. Been a while. I feel like I'm pretty sure I've seen that name in here, but I think it's just been a long time. All right. Best Buy did not work. Rip. Well, I'm unfollowing this guy then. That's an L. That's an L. I'm unfollowing that guy. Could be just my store. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll go try it later. But I would be, it could just not work. That wouldn't be a surprise. Trump tariffs face major legal hurdle as federal trade court hears challenge. A little-known federal court is set to hear arguments Tuesday in a case challenging President Trump's tariffs, putting a key plank of his economic agenda under the legal microscope for the first time. A panel of 3 judges at the U.S. Court of International Trade will consider whether Trump exceeded his power when he enacted steep tariffs on more than 180 countries and territories last month. If they side with the plaintiffs, the judge could sharply rein in Trump's ability to unilaterally impose import taxes, one of his preferred methods of flexing executive power. Audio of the arguments in the Manhattan courtroom will be live streamed starting at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. The lawsuit was filed in mid-April by 5 domestic businesses that say they rely on imported goods not reasonably available to them in the U.S. Their legal complaint argues that the International Emergency Economic Power Act, the 1977 law Trump invoked in early April to impose his worldwide reciprocal tariffs, does not actually give the president the power to issue those sweeping duties. The law gives the president a range of economic powers in a national emergency, including to regulate or ban imports, though it does not explicitly mention tariffs, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Research Service. The national emergency Trump declared to justify his use of that law, known as IEEPA, is a figment of his own imagination, the plaintiff argues. Trade deficits which have persisted for decades without causing economic harm are not an emergency, their complaint says. The plaintiffs want the court to block Trump's April 2nd executive order imposing the tariffs. They also seek damages, including the amount of any tariffs collected by defendants, pursuant to the challenged orders. The Department of Justice argues that IEEPA clearly authorizes the president to impose tariffs. Through IEEPA, Congress lawfully delegated to the president authority to regulate importation through the imposition of tariffs under specified circumstances. Lawyers for the DOJ write in an opposition brief. The Liberty Justice Center, the libertarian nonprofit representing the plaintiffs, notes in the suit that the U.S. Constitution gives Congress, not the president, the power to levy and collect taxes. Congress, over the years, has enacted laws giving the president some tariff power, but the lawsuit wants the court to declare that if Congress has granted the presidential unilateral authority to impose global tariffs of any amount at his whim, it is an unconstitutional delegation of legislative power. A protectionist with a special interest in cutting deals, Trump has long praised tariffs as a key tool for negotiating with other countries and collecting federal revenue. But he at least temporarily walked back many of his tariffs amid highly volatile markets and increasing concerns from business owners and consumers. A week after announcing the reciprocal tariffs, he cut the rates down to a blanket 10% for 90 days for most countries except China. On Monday, the U.S. and China agreed to their own 90-day tariff pause while trade negotiations continue. What's up, Kev? Philips Fixables will let you 3D print replaceable parts for your electric razors and trimmers. Philips is launching a new program called Fixables, where it will make plans available so that customers can 3D print replacement parts for the company's personal care products. The video introducing the initiative touts it as a simpler and easier way to extend the lifetimes of functional items, rather than throwing them out because a single part or attachment is broken. Philips has partnered with Prusa Research and LayPub on this endeavor, and Printables is hosting the plans. There are some caveats and limitations to this concept. The quality of the replacement parts will depend on the materials used to create it, and not every customer has a 3D printer at home. Although some public library systems, universities, and local maker communities may have equipment that can be used or rented on site, that's also still a project in its early stages. Fixables is initially launching in the Czech Republic. On the website for the Fixable program, which is in Czech, Philips explains that it's starting with the home country for Prusa Research and is reaching out to the 3D printing company's existing maker community for this project. Another sign that the initiative is still in the early stages is that there's only one part plan available, a comb attachment for the one blade trimmer, but per Google Translate, 2 more plans are labeled as we are working on it, and there are 3 different icons with no description that point to additional plans. The Fixables website also has an option for customers to submit a request for parts they want to be able to 3D print. So while Fixables is a long way from making a real dent in waste from personal care products, it's exciting to see a major brand making a serious effort to explore the potential of 3D printing for better sustainability. Not a little doofus. That guy's weird, bro. That guy was weird. Corey, the girl at Best Buy, said 3 people came in right before me with the same request. Interesting. Possible your Best Buy will hook you up. And she just said no. She just said no. It's not happening. Like I said, maybe I'll go try it. But, it's probably doesn't work. She said she couldn't. She gave you a reason why?
NASA's J.
This is just a video of Jupiter auroras, I guess. Kind of interesting. She was more confused than me, no. Oh. That's interesting. I wonder why she wouldn't let you do it. It's like all she had to do was type the SKUs in. I feel like. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it would be that difficult. Unless they're already sold out or something, I guess. I don't know. Alright. Scientists find lead really can be turned into gold with help from Large Hadron Collider. One of the ultimate goals of medieval alchemy has been realized, but only for a fraction of a second. Scientists with European Organization for Nuclear Research, better known as CERN, were able to convert lead into gold using the Large Hadron Collider, the world's most powerful particle accelerator. Unlike the examples of transmutation we see in pop culture, these experiments with the LHC involve smashing subatomic particles together at ridiculously high speeds to manipulate lead's physical properties to become gold. The LHC is often used to smash lead ions together to create extremely hot and dense matter, similar to what was observed in the universe following the Big Bang. While conducting this analysis, the CERN scientists took note of the near misses that caused the lead nucleus to drop its neutrons or protons. Lead atoms only have 3 more protons than gold atoms, meaning that in certain cases, the LHC causes the lead atoms to drop just enough protons to become a gold atom for a fraction of a second, before immediately fragmenting into a bunch of particles. That's crazy. Alchemists back in the day may be astonished by this achievement, but the experiment conducted between 2015 and 2018 only produced about 29 picograms of gold, according to CERN. Organization added that the latest trials produced almost double that amount thanks to regular upgrades to the LHC, but the mass made is still trillions of times less than what's necessary for a piece of jewelry. Instead of trying to chase riches, the organization's scientists are more interested in studying the interaction that leads to this transmutation. It is impressive to see that our detectors can handle head-on collisions, producing thousands of particles, while also being sensitive to collisions where only a few particles are produced at a time, enabling the study of electromagnetic nuclear transmutation process. Marco von Leeuwen, spokesperson, blah blah blah, said in a statement. That's interesting. It's probably the most interesting article we've read in a while. FTC pushes the enforcement of its click-to-cancel rule back to July. I don't really want to read this. It's basically just a rule that makes canceling subscriptions easier. And if you remember right, I think it was Uber One, their subscription model. They just got sued because it's so hard to cancel or something like that. Looks like they're remastering GTA 4, which is a really good game. And ultimate packages. Yeah. That's weird that they don't have the career mode in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. It seems kind of like an essential part of the game. Kind of seems like an essential part of the game, doesn't it? Anything on Reddit? Probably not. Most likely. It's really... Let's see. Gme brand marketing. Whenever... Let's see. May the 4th proved what fan-first brand moments can do when everything aligns. This year's Star Wars May the 4th event at GameStop became a case study in how to activate a fandom with intention, respect, and timing, and it drove the strongest Star Wars sales week in company history. Damn, that's crazy. Here's why it worked. Something for every kind of fan, from trading cards and cosplay gear to high-end collectibles. We created a destination that spoke to both casual fans and lifelong collectors. Smart bundling of a new helmet plus exclusive gift. We leaned into a collector mindset by offering a compelling add-on for the most dedicated fans, directly from the Star Wars universe and available only at GameStop. Strategic alignment with Disney's theatrical re-release. We collaborated closely with the licensor to ensure our in-store and online moments amplified their broader franchise push, not just rode the wave. The result? High sale through on-premium items, record-breaking week for Star Wars merchandise, massive fan engagement in stores at launch. At its core, effective marketing is about respecting the fan journey and making sure efforts reflect what makes these IPs magical. After all, who isn't looking to step into their favorite world, kingdom, universe just a little bit more? Let's go. That's massive. I would say record-breaking week. Like that's sick. That's sick. Hey, there was something on Superstock. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. There was something actually useful on Reddit. And then, the rest of it's just a bunch of people who think technical analysis works. So, not very exciting. I mean, it can work. Don't get me wrong, but to try to predict macro moves using technical analysis, good luck. Good luck. Market looks good though. Nasdaq's trying to reclaim the support here. Beautiful thing. The Russell's kind of lagging behind. And the Dow doesn't. Everything looks good, but you're still just like right there on the point where we're going to start selling again, or we're going to be on our way to all-time highs. Who knows? Place your bet. Place your bets. Place your bets. It's your cousin Roman. Let's go bowling. Is that I forgot about that mission. GTA 4 was fire, bro. I fucking beat GTA 4 when the PlayStation Network was down like years ago. When PlayStation Network went down for like 2 or 3 months. I beat Grand Theft Auto. I platinumed Grand Theft Auto 4 actually. I got all the trophies. But since the PlayStation Network was down, when it came back online, none of my trophies were they didn't like transfer my trophies over. So I basically like 100%ed the game for no reason. Kind of funny. Kind of funny. GameStop still hasn't moved. Imagine that. Vice City was my jam. I think Vice City had like the best story for sure. The story on Vice City is fire, but San Andreas is easily the best one as far as, you know, just what you can do in the game. But yeah, Vice City's fire. Tommy Vassetti. Damn, Ethereum's at 2,600. Holy shit. It's up almost 50% the past week. Holy shit. That thing is absolutely crushing. It's like, that's crazy, man. It's doing it better than a lot of altcoins. That's wild, dude. That's massive. ETH be crushing. It's gonna be funny when it's gonna be funny if GameStop bought, you know, like 2 billion Bitcoin and like a billion ETH. I really doubt it. I'm sure they're gonna go all in Bitcoin, but that would be funny if they did that. White House announces 600 billion Saudi investment in US. I guess we'll read that. Trump says US will remove all sanctions on Syria. I guess this is all from that talk that he was having, or the live stream. I don't know. 100 million New Jersey deli fraudster Peter Coker Sr. gets 6 months in jail. I think we read about this guy. I don't remember. Chuck Schumer to block Trump DOJ nominees over Qatari jet. They didn't even get the jet. It was just a rumor. It was just a rumor, man. Spirit Airlines introduces extra legroom seats and other perks. What is why did maybe we'll read that. Maybe. Coinbase is crushing right now, obviously. Hertz shares plummet after company's disappointing first quarter results. 250 million stock offering. That's a rip. That's a rip. He's taking the jet? I don't think he got the jet. That was just a rumor. Pretty sure I read an article. Like, I saw that article about the jet, and then literally I saw an article that they haven't confirmed or not whether he's getting the jet or not. So, but either way, who cares? Who cares? Borderlands 4 has been in development for almost as long as GTA 6. Man freed after 38 years in prison as murder conviction quashed by new DNA evidence. Damn. That's wild. That's funny. Social media news. Weird. Influencer news. Some weird news when it comes to influencers. Everything Google announced at the Android show. Maybe we'll read that. Maybe. Spider Noir? What the hell? Nintendo underestimated massive Switch 2 demand due to console's high price. Okay. I guess we'll read these and then I don't know if I'll read the rest. We'll see. All right. White House announces 600 billion Saudi investment in U.S. during Trump visit. President Trump on Tuesday praised Saudi Arabia and its leaders after the White House announced a commitment by the kingdom to invest 600 billion in a series of deals with the United States. Trump also announced an investment forum in Riyadh. Riyadh? I don't know how to say that. Riyadh. That he will order the removal of all U.S. sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Trump's speech at the investment conference followed him signing a number of bilateral agreements during a state visit with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Among the agreements secured is a nearly 142 billion defense sales deal, providing the kingdom with state-of-the-art war-fighting equipment and services from over a dozen U.S. defense firms, the White House said. That commitment is nearly double Saudi Arabia's 2025 defense budget, which totaled 78 billion. The White House's announcement does not say when the defense deal is expected to conclude. Bin Salman, who spoke before Trump at the investment conference, said the aim is to raise the US-Saudi partnership to 1 trillion across the military, security, economic, and technological sectors. Economists point out that making good on that investment pledge will be a challenge for the kingdom, which faces sky-high costs for its own Vision 2030 investment ambitions. Lower global oil prices and big-ticket public spending projects have brought about widening budget deficits for Riyadh. I don't know how to say that. The White House also announced commitments from Saudi digital infrastructure business DataVolt to pursue a $20 billion investment in AI data centers in the U.S. The total investment figure also includes a combined $80 billion in commitments from DataVolt, Google, Oracle, Salesforce, AMD, and Uber to invest in both the U.S. and Saudi Arabia, according to the White House. Trump says U.S. will remove all sanctions on Syria. The U.S. will remove all sanctions on Syria, Trump announced Tuesday. I'll be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness. Trump told a packed auditorium in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, during the first appearance of his 4-day visit to the Middle East. In Syria, which has seen so much misery and death, there is a new government that will hopefully succeed in stabilizing the country and keeping peace. That's what we want to see, he said in a wide-ranging speech that focused on his own time in office and U.S. relations with the Middle East. In Syria, they've had their share of travesty, war, killing many years. That's why my administration has already taken the first steps towards restoring normal relations between the United States and Syria for the first time in more than a decade. Freaking hiccups, bro. Syria has been designated a state sponsor of terrorism by the U.S. government since 1979. Additional U.S. sanctions were imposed on the country in 2004 and again in 2011 after the regime of then-President Bashar Assad launched a brutal crackdown on anti-government uprisings. In roughly the 14 years since, the country has been devastated by civil war, sectarian violence, and brutal terrorist attacks, including the yeah, including the Islamic State takeover of parts of the country in 2014 and subsequent Western-led bombing campaign to eradicate the extremist group. The toppling of the Assad regime during a shock offensive by anti-Assad militia groups in December of 2024 stunned the global community and brought about the prospect of a new beginning for the devastated country. Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, a former al-Qaeda member who describes himself as reformed, currently leads the country's transitional government. The sanctions on Syria were brutal and crippling, Trump said, suggesting that they no longer served an important function. Now it's their time to shine, he said of the country. We're taking them all off. So I say good luck, Syria. Show us something very special, like they've done, frankly, in Saudi Arabia. Okie dokie. We'll see how that goes. Well, hmm. Dubai partners to accept Bitcoin and crypto for government services. Dubai is officially making Bitcoin a part of everyday life. At the Dubai FinTech Summit, the city's Department of Finance signed a memorandum of understanding with Crypto.com, enabling people to use cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin to pay for government services. The deal was signed with Dubai officials, including His Excellency Abdullah Mohammed Al Basti and His Excellency Abdul Rahman Salah Al Salah, and was made official by Ahmed Al Ali Meftah from DOF and Mohammed Al Hakim, president of Crypto.com UAE. Dubai continues to advance through coordinated efforts, deploying the latest secure financial technology solutions that support its cashless strategy, said Al Basti. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Department of Finance for enabling new global partnerships. This move is part of Dubai's plan to go almost completely cashless by 2026. With this partnership, people will have the option to use Crypto.com's app to pay in Bitcoin, which will then get converted into Emirati dirhams and sent straight to the government. It's designed to be simple, fast, and secure. We take great pride in Dubai Finance's role in shaping a digital financial future, added Al Salah. This partnership with Crypto.com is a big part of moving that forward. Ahmed Ala Meftah stated that this kind of public-private collaboration is what helps build trust, push innovation, and make financial systems more accessible for everyone. This is all part of Dubai's D33 economic agenda, which includes using tech and innovation to grow the economy. The government expects this to bring at least AED 8 billion every year. The government of Dubai has been a true global visionary, stated Eric Anziani, president and CEO of Crypto.com. We're proud to support this first ever full-scale government use of crypto payments. Technical arrangements still need to be finalized before the system goes live. Once that happens, individuals and businesses will be able to make government payments through Crypto.com's platform. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. I guess Apple's trying to make like a Neuralink type thing. I don't really want to read that. We'll see when it gets more updates. Don't want to read that. Don't want to read that. This is a stock fraud, I guess. I don't know. Don't really want to read that either. So. Now I don't know what we're going to do. I'll go through news one more time. See if there's anything. But I don't think there is. Did not make it to Best Buy. I had a chicken burger from Smash Burger, though, was fire. Matt Romano said he went there and it didn't work, so I'm just going to assume it doesn't work. Damn. Tesla's crushing. I mean, it did sell off a lot, but you got like a quad bottom on Tesla at frickin' 2030. That's wild. You might see a Bitcoin all-time high today or tomorrow, maybe. Maybe, unless they sell it off. S&P 500 erases loss for 2025. Interesting. All the bearish folk out there. Getting clapped. The bearish folk. Yep. No news. We're all out of news. Well, I mean, there's a lot of articles, but nothing interesting. So, I guess it's story time. I guess. I haven't finished reading this book yet, so I think there's like 2 more chapters. So I guess that's what we're about to do, but I'll be right back real quick. Okay. Here we go. All right. Chapter 5. The Descent to Win. Kudos to a Magician. Mayor R. Schlocknick. I don't know how to say his last name. Schlocknick was born on 4th of July 1910 in South Philadelphia. He performed magic at birthday parties as a teenager and considered a career as a performer. He adopted the performing name Robert Merlin. Then a friend convinced him that a teen magician naming himself after Merlin was too on the nose, so he performed as Robert Merton. When Robert K. Merton, to distinguish him from his son, economist and Nobel laureate Robert C. Martron, died in 2003, the New York Times called him one of the most influential sociologists of the 20th century. The founders of Heterodox Academy in the BBS paper specifically recognized Merton's 1942 and 1973 papers, which he established norms for the scientific community known by acronym KUDOS, an ideological balanced science that routinely resorted to adversarial collaborations to resolve empirical disputes would bear a striking resemblance to Robert Merton's. Ideal type model of self-correcting epistemic community, one organized around the norms of KUDOS per the BBS paper. KUDOS stands for communism, universalism, disinterestedness, organized skepticism. If you want to pick out a role model for designating a group's practical rules of engagement, you can't do better than Mentron. To start, he coined the phrase role model, along with self-fulfilling prophecy, reference group, unintended consequences, and focus group. He founded the science of sociology and was the first sociologist to awarded the National Medal of Science. Merton began his academic career in the 1930s, studying the history of institutional influences on the scientific community. To him, it was the story of many periods of scientific advancement spurred on by geopolitical influences, but also periods of struggle to maintain independence from those influences. His life spanned both world wars and the Cold War, in which he studied and witnessed nationalist movements in which people arrayed their political selves in the garb of scientists, explicitly evaluating scientific knowledge based on political and national affiliations. In 1942, Merton wrote about the normative structure of science. He tinkered with the paper over the next 31 years, publishing the final version as part of a book in 1973. This 12-page paper is an excellent manual for developing rules of engagement for any truth-seeking group. I recognized its application to my poker group and professional and workplace groups I've encountered in speaking and consulting. Each element of KUDOS, communism, universalism, disinterestedness, and organized skepticism can be broadly applied and adapted to push a group towards objectivity. When there is a drift toward confirmation and away from exploring accuracy, it's likely the result of the failure to nurture one of Merton's norms. Not surprisingly, Merton's paper would make an excellent career guide for anyone seeking to be a profitable bettor or a profitable decision maker. Mertonian communism, more is more. The Mertonian norm of communism, obviously not the political system, refers to the communal ownership of data within groups. Merton argued that in academics and individual researchers' data must eventually be shared with the scientific community at large for knowledge to advance. Secrecy in the antithesis of this norm, full and open communication, is enactment. In science, this means that the community has an agreement that research results cannot properly be reviewed without access to the data, and a detailed description of the experimental design and methods. Researchers are entitled to keep data private until published, but once they accomplish that, They should throw the doors open to give the community every opportunity to make a proper assessment. Any attempt at accuracy is bound to fall short if the truth seeking group has only limited access to potentially pertinent information. Without all the facts, accuracy suffers. What's up, Elvis? This ideal of scientific sharing was similarly described by physicist, described by physicist Richard Feynman in 1974 lecture as a kind of utter honesty, kind of leaning over backwards. For example, if you're doing an experiment, you should report everything that you think might make it invalid, not only what you think is right about it, other causes that could possibly explain your results. It is unrealistic to think we can perfectly achieve Feynman's ideal. Even scientists struggle with it. Within our own decision pod, we should strive to abide by the rule that more is more. Get all the information out there, indulge the broadest definition of what could conceivably be relevant, reward the process of pulling the skeletons of our own reasoning out of the closet. As a rule of thumb, if we have an urge to leave out a detail because it makes us uncomfortable or requires even more clarification to explain away, those are exactly the details we must share. The mere fact of our hesitation and discomfort is a signal that such information may be critical to providing a complete and balanced account. Likewise, as members of a group evaluating a decision, we should take such hesitations as a signal to explore further. To the extent we regard self-governance in the United States as a truth-seeking experiment, we have established that openness in the sharing of information is a cornerstone of making an accounting for decisions by the government. The free press and free speech guarantees of the Constitution recognize the importance of self-expression, but they also exist because we need mechanisms to assure that information makes it to the public. The government serves the people, so the people own the data and have a right to have that data shared with them. Statutes like the Freedom of Information Act have the same purpose. Without free access to information, it is impossible to make reasoned assessment of our government. Sharing data, let's see. Yeah. Sharing data and information, like the other elements of truth-seeking charter, is done by agreement. Academics agree to share results. The government shares information by agreement with people. Without an agreement, we can't and shouldn't compel others to share information they don't want to share. We all have a right of privacy. Companies and other entities have rights to trade secrets and to protect their intellectual property. But within our group, an agreement to share details pertinent to assessing the quality of a decision is part of a productive truth-seeking charter. If the group is discussing a decision and it doesn't have all the details, it might be because the person providing them doesn't realize the relevance of some of the data. Or it could mean the person telling the story has a bias towards encouraging a certain narrative that they likely aren't even aware of. After all, as Jonathan Haddett points out, we're all our own best PR agents, spinning a narrative that shines the most flattering light on us. We have all experienced situations where we get two accounts of the same event, but the versions are dramatically different because they are informed by different facts and perspectives. Sounds a lot like GameStop. This is known as the Rashomon effect, named for the 1950 cinematic classic Rashomon, directed by Akira Kurosawa. The central element of the otherwise simple plot was how incompleteness is a tool for bias. In the film, four people give separate, drastically different accounts of a scene they all observed: the seduction of a woman by a bandit, the bandit's duel with her husband, if there was a duel, and the husband's death from losing the duel, murder, or suicide. Even without conflicting versions, the Rashomon effect reminds us that we can't assume one version of a story is accurate or complete. We can't count on someone else to provide the other side of the story, or any individual's version to provide a full and objective accounting of all the relevant information. That's why, within a decision group, it is helpful to commit to this Mertonian norm on both sides of the discussion. When presenting a decision for discussion, we should be mindful of details we might be omitting and be extra safe by adding anything that could possibly be relevant. On the evaluation side, we must query each other to extract those details when necessary. My consultation with the CEO who traced his company's problems to firing the president demonstrated the value of a commitment to data sharing. After he described what happened, I requested a lot more information as he got into details of the hiring process for that executive and approaches to dealing with. I just lost my place. To dealing with the president's deficiencies on the job that led to further questions about those decisions, which in turn led to more details being shared. He was identifying what he thought was a bad decision, justified by his initial description of the situation. After we got every detail out of all the dimensions of the decision, we reached a different conclusion. The decision to fire the president had been quite reasonable strategically, it just happened to turn out badly. Be a data sharer, that's what experts do. In fact, that's one of the reasons experts become experts. They understand that sharing data is the best way to move toward accuracy because it extracts insights from your listeners of the highest fidelity. You should hear the amount of detail a top poker player puts into the description of a hand when they are workshopping that hand with another player. A layperson would think that seems like a lot of irrelevant nitpicking detail. Why are they saying all that stuff? When two expert poker players get together to trade views and opinions about hands, the detail is extraordinary. The positions of everyone acting in the hand, the size of the bet, and the size of the pot after each action, what they know about how their opponent has played when they have encountered them in the past, how they were playing in the particular game they were in, how they were playing in the most recent hands in that game, particularly whether they were winning or losing recently, how many chips each person had throughout the hand, what their opponent knows about them, etc., etc. What the experts recognize is that the more detail you provide, the better assessment of decision quality you get. And because the same types of detail are always expected, expert players essentially work from a template. So there's less opportunity to convey only the information that might lead to the listener down a garden path to a desired conclusion. Hall of Fame football coach John Madden, in a documentary about Vince Lombardi, told a story about how, as a young assistant coach, he attended a coaching clinic where Lombardi spoke about one play, the power sweep, a running play that he made famous with the Green Bay Packers in the 1960s. Lombardi held the audience spellbound as he described that one play for 8 hours, Madden said. I went in there cocky, thinking I knew everything there was to know about football, and he spent 8 hours talking about this one play. I realized then that I actually knew nothing about football. We are naturally reluctant to share information that could encourage others to find fault in our own decision making. My group made this easier by making me feel good about committing myself to improvement. When I shared details that cast me in what I perceived to be a bad light, I got positive self-image update from the approval of players. I respected in my consulting. I've encouraged players to make sure they don't define winning solely by results or providing a self-enhancing narrative. If part of a corporate success consists of providing the most accurate, objective, and detailed evaluation of what's going on, employees will compete to win on those terms. That will reward better habits of mind. Agree to be a data sharer and reward others in your decision group for telling more of the story. Universalism, don't shoot the message. The well-known advice, don't shoot the message, is actually good shorthand for the reasons why we want to protect and encourage dissenting ideas. Plutarch's Life of Lucullus provided an early literal example. The king of Armenia got advance notice that Lucullus' troops were approaching. He killed the messenger for delivering that message, and henceforth messengers stopped reporting such intelligence. Obviously, if you don't like the message, you shouldn't take it out on the messenger. The Mertonian norm of universalism is the converse truth claims, whatever their source are, to be subjected to pre-established impersonal criteria. It means acceptance or rejection of an idea must not depend on the personal or social attributes of their protagonist. Don't shoot the message for some reason, hasn't gotten the same historical or literary attention, but it addresses an equally important decision making issue. Don't disparage or ignore the idea just because you don't like who or where it came from. When we have a negative opinion about the persons delivering the message, we close our mind to what they are saying and miss a lot of learning opportunities because of it. Likewise, when we have a positive opinion of the messenger, we tend to accept the message without much vetting. Both are bad. When we have negative opinions about the person delivering the message, we close our minds to what they are saying and miss a lot of learning opportunities because of it. Likewise, when we have a positive opinion of the messenger, we tend to accept the message without much vetting. Oh, wait, I literally just read that already. Whether the situation involves facts, ideas, beliefs, opinions, or predictions, the substance of the information has merit or lack of merit, separate from where it came from. If you're deciding the truth of whether the earth is round, or does it matter if the idea came from your best friend or George Washington or Benito Mussolini, the accuracy of the statement should be evaluated independent of the source. I learned an early lesson in my poker career about universalism. I started playing poker using that list of hands my brother Howard wrote on a napkin. I treated this initial advice like a holy document. Therefore, when I saw someone else playing a hand off list, I immediately labeled them as a bad player. When I saw such players subsequently execute a strategy I didn't have as part of my game, I dismissed it. Doing that across the board, especially when I was labeling these players as bad, based on one view of a sound beginner strategy, was an expensive lesson in universalism. For so many things going on at the table in the first years of my poker career, I shot the message. I was guilty of the same thing David Letterman admitted in his explanation to Lauren Conrad. He spent a long time assuming people around him were idiots before considering alternative hypotheses. Maybe I'm the idiot. In poker, I was the idiot. As I learned that Howard's list was just a safe way to get me started and not the Magna Carta scrawled on crayon on a napkin, I developed an exercise to practice and reinforce universalism. When I had the impulse to dismiss someone as a bad player, I made myself find something that they did well. It was an exercise I could do for myself, and I could get help from my group in analyzing the strategies. I thought those players might be executing well. That commitment led to many benefits. Of course, I learned some new and profitable strategies and tactics. I also developed a more complete picture of other players' strategies, even when I determined the strategic choices of the players weren't in the end profitable. I had a deeper understanding of my opponent's game, which helped me devise counter strategies. I had started thinking more deeply about the way my opponent thought, and in some instances, I recognized that I had underestimated the skills of certain players who I initially thought were profitable for me to play against. That led me to make more objective decisions about game selection, and my poker group benefited from this exercise as well, because in workshopping the strategies with each other, we multiplied the number of playing techniques we could observe and discuss. Admitting that the people I played against had things to teach me was hard, and my group helped me to feel proud of myself when I resisted the urge to just complain about how lucky my opponents were. Nearly any group can create an exercise to develop and reinforce the open-mindedness universalism requires. As an example, with politics so polarized, we forget the obvious truth that no one has only good ideas or only bad ideas. Liberals would do well to take some time to read and watch more conservative news sources, and conservatives would do well to take some time to read and watch more liberal news sources. Not with the goal of confirming that the other side is a collection of idiots who have nothing of value to say, but to specifically and purposely find things they agree with. When we do this, we learn things we wouldn't otherwise have learned. Our views will likely become moderated in the same way judges from opposite sides of the political aisle moderate each other. Even if, in the end, we don't find much to agree with, we'll understand the opposing position better, and ours as well. We'll be practicing when John Stuart Mill preached. Damn. All I can think about when I'm reading this is, like, trading. This equates to trading very well. Another way to disentangle the message from the messenger is to imagine the message coming from a source we value much more or much less. If we hear an account from someone we like, Imagine if someone we didn't like told us the same story, and vice versa. This can be incorporated into an exploratory group's work, asking each other, how would we feel about this if we heard it from a much different source? We can take this process of vetting information in the group further, initially and intentionally, omitting where or whom we heard the idea from. Leading off of our story by identifying the messenger could interfere with the group's commitment to universalism, biasing them to agree with or discredit the message depending on their opinion of the messenger. So leave the source out to start, giving the group the maximum opportunity to form an impression without shooting or celebrating the message based on their opinion of the messenger, separate from the enterprise and credibility of the messenger. John Stuart Mill made it clear that the only way to gain knowledge and approach truth is by examining every variety of opinion. We learn things we didn't know, we calibrate better. Even when the result of that examination confirms our initial position, we understand that position better if we open ourselves to every side of the issue. That requires open-mindedness to the messages that come from places we don't like. Disinterestedness. We all have a conflict of interest, and it's contagious. Back in the 1960s, the scientific community was at odds about whether sugar or fat was the culprit in the increasing rates of heart disease. In 1967, 3 Harvard scientists conducted a comprehensive review of the research to date, published in the New England Journal of Medicine. That firmly pointed the finger at fat as the culprit. The paper was, not surprisingly, influential in the debate on diet and heart disease. After all, the NEJM, I think that's what that is and was a prestigious publication, and the researchers were, all 3 from Harvard. Blaming fat and exonerating sugar affected the diets of hundreds of millions of people for decades, a belief that caused a shift in eating habits that has been linked to massive increases of obesity rates and diabetes. The influence of this paper and its negative effects on America's eating habits and health provides a stunning demonstration of the imperative of disinterestedness. It was recently discovered that a trade group representing the sugar industry had paid the 3 Harvard scientists to write the paper, according to an article published in Gme Internal Medicine in November 2016. Not surprisingly, consistent with the agenda of the sugar industry that had paid them, the researchers attacked the methodology of studies finding a link between sugar and heart disease, and defended studies finding no link. The scientists' attacks on and defense of methodology of studies on fat and heart disease followed the same pro-sugar pattern. The scientists involved are all dead. Were they alive, it's possible if we could ask them that they may not have even consciously known they were being influenced. Given human nature, they are likely, at least, would have defended the truth of what they wrote and denied that the sugar industry dictated or influenced their thinking on the subject. Regardless, had the conflict of interest been disclosed, the scientific community would have viewed their conclusions with much more skepticism, taking into account the possibility of bias due to the researchers' financial interest. At the time, the NEJM did not require such disclosures. That policy changed in 1984. That omission prevented an accurate assessment of the findings, resulting in serious harm to the health of the nation. We tend to think about conflicts of interest in the financial sense, like the researchers getting paid by the sugar industry, but conflicts of interest come in many flavors. Our brains have built-in conflicts of interest, interpreting the world around us to confirm our beliefs, to avoid having to admit ignorance or error, to take credit for good results following our decisions, to find reasons bad results following our decisions were due to factors out of our control, to compare well with our peers, and to live in a world where the way things turn out makes sense. We're not naturally disinterested. We don't process information independent of the way we wish the world would be. Remember the thought experiment I suggested at the beginning of the book about the headlines would have looked like if Pete Carroll's pass call had won the 2015 Super Bowl? Those headlines would have been about his brilliance. People would have analyzed Carroll's decision differently. Knowing how something turned out creates a conflict of interest that expresses itself itself as resulting. Richard Feynman recognized that in physics, a branch of science that most of us consider as objective as 2 plus 2 equals 4, there's still a demonstratable outcome bias. He found that if those analyzing data knew, or could even just intuit, the hypothesis being tested, the analysis would be more likely to support the hypothesis being tested. The measurements might be objective, but slicing and dicing the data is vulnerable to bias, even unconsciously. According to Robert McCown and the physics Nobel laureate Saul Perlmutter, in a 2015 Nature article, outcome blind analysis has spread to several areas of particle physics and cosmology, where it is often considered the only way to trust many results. Because of the idea, introducing a random variable so that those analyzing the data could not surmise the outcome of the researcher might be hoping for. The outcome the researcher might be hoping for. It is hardly known in biological, psychological, and social sciences. The authors concluded these methods might improve trust and integrity in many sciences, including those with high stakes analysis that are easily plagued by bias. Outcome blindness enforces disinterestedness. We can apply this idea of outcome blindness to the way we communicate information as we workshop decisions about our far more ambiguous pursuits, like describing a poker hand or family argument, or the results of a market test for a new product. If the group is going to help us make and evaluate decisions in an unbiased way, we don't want to infect them in the way the data analysts were infected if they could summarize the hypothesis being tested, or surmise. Telling someone how a story ends encourages them to be a resulters, to interpret the details to fit the outcome. If I won a hand, it was more likely my group would assess my strategy as good. If I lost, the reverse would be true. Win a case at a trial, the strategy is brilliant. Lose, and mistakes were made. We treat outcomes as good signals for decision quality, as if we were playing chess. If the outcome is known, it will bias the assessment of the decision quality to align with the outcome quality. If the group is blind to the outcome, it produces higher fidelity evaluation of decision quality. The best way to do this is to deconstruct decisions before an outcome is known. Attorneys can evaluate trial strategy before the verdict comes in. Sales teams can evaluate strategy before learning whether they've closed the sale. Traders can vet process prior to positions being established or prior to options expiring. After the outcome, make it a habit when seeking advice to give the details without revealing the outcome. In poker, it isn't practical to analyze hands before knowing how they turn out, since the results come within seconds of the decisions. To address this, many expert poker players often omit the outcome when seeking advice about their play. This became such a natural habit that I didn't realize until I started conducting poker seminars for players newer to the game that this was not the norm for everyone. When I used hands I had played as illustrations, I would describe the hand up to the decision point I was discussing, and no further, leaving off how the hand ended. This was, after all, how I had been trained by my poker group. When we finished the discussion, it was jarring to watch a room full of people look at me like I'd left them teetering on the edge of a cliff. Wait, how did the hand turn out? I gave them the red pill, it doesn't matter. Of course, we don't have to be describing a poker hand to use this strategy to promote disinterestedness. Anyone can provide the narrative only up to the point of the decision, under consideration, leaving off the outcome so as not to infect their listeners with bias. And outcomes aren't the only problem. Beliefs are also contagious. If our listeners know what we believe to be true, they will likely work pretty hard to justify our beliefs, often without even knowing they're doing it. They will develop an ideological conflict of interest created by our informing our listeners of our beliefs. So when trying to vet some piece of information, some fact or opinion, we would do well to shield our listeners from what our opinion is as we seek the group's opinion. Simply put, the group is less likely to succumb to ideological conflicts of interest when they don't know what the interest is. That's McCown and Perlmutter's point. Another way a group can de-bias members is to reward them for skill in debating opposing points of view and finding merit in opposing positions. When members of the group disagree, a debate may be only marginal value because the people debating are biased towards confirming their position, often creating stalemate. If two people disagree, a referee can get them to each argue the other's position with the goal of being the best debater. This acts to shift the interest to open mindedness to the opposing opinion rather than confirmation of their original position. They can't win the debate if they can't forcefully and credibly argue the other side. The key is for the group to have a charter that rewards objective consideration of alternative hypotheses so that winning the debate feels better than supporting the pre-existing position. The group's reinforcement ought to discourage us from creating a straw man argument when we are arguing against our beliefs, and encourage us to feel good about winning the debate. This is one of the reasons it's good for a group to have at least 3 members, 2 to disagree, and 1 to referee. What I've generally found is that 2 people whose positions on an issue are far apart will move toward the middle after a debate or skilled explanation of the opposing position. Engaging in this type of exchange creates an understanding of and appreciation for other points of view much deeper and more powerful than just listening to the other perspective. Ultimately, it gives us a deeper understanding of our own position. Once again, we are reminded of John Stuart Mill's assertion that this kind of open-mindedness is the only way to learn. How are we looking on those gains? Why does it matter? If you've been here for a while, you know exactly what's going on. Yeah, it's thinking in bets. Organized skepticism. Real skeptics make arguments and friends. Skepticism gets a bum rap because it tends to be associated with negative character traits. Someone who disagrees could be considered disagreeable. Someone who dissents may be creating dissension. Maybe part of it is that skeptical sounds like cynical. Yet true, skepticism is consistent with good manners, civil discourse, and friendly communications. Skepticism is about approaching the world by asking why things might not be true, rather than why they are true. It's a recognition that while there is an objective truth, everything we believe about the world is not true. Thinking in bets embodies skepticism by encouraging us to examine what we do and don't know and what our level of confidence is in our beliefs and predictions. This moves us closer to what is objectively true. A productive decision group would do well to organize around a skepticism. That should be its communications guide, because true skepticism isn't confrontational. Thinking in bets demands the imperative of skepticism. Without embracing uncertainty, we can't rationally bet on our beliefs, and we need to be particularly skeptical of information that agrees with us because we know that we are biased to just accept and applaud confirming evidence. If we don't lean over backwards, as Richard Feynman famously said, to figure out where we could be wrong, we're going to make some pretty bad bets. If we embrace uncertainty and wrap that into the way we communicate with the group, confrontational dissent evaporates because we start from a place of not being sure, just as we can wrap our uncertainty into the way we express our beliefs. I'm 60% sure the waiter is going to mess up my order. When we implement the norm of skepticism, we naturally modulate expression of dissent with others. Expression of disagreement is, after all, just another way to express our own beliefs, which we acknowledge are probabilistic in nature. Therefore, overtly expressing the uncertainty is in a dissenting belief follows. No longer do we dissent with declarations of "you're wrong." Rather, we engage by saying "I'm not sure about that," or even just ask "are you sure about that?" or "have you considered this other way of thinking about it?" We engage this way simply because that is faithful to uncertainty. Organized skepticism invites people into cooperative exploration. People are more open to hearing different perspectives expressed this way. Skepticism should be encouraged and, where possible, operationalized. The term devil's advocate, developed centuries ago from the Catholic Church's practice, during the canonization process of hiring someone to present arguments against sainthood. Just as the CIA has red teams, the State Department has its dissent channel. We can incorporate dissent into our business and personal lives. We can create a pod whose job, literally in business or figuratively in our personal life, is to present the other side, to argue why a strategy might be ill advised, why a prediction might be off, or why an idea might be ill informed. In doing so, the red team naturally raises alternative hypothesis. Likewise, companies can implement an anonymous dissent channel, giving any employee from the mailroom to the boardroom a venue to express dissenting opinions, alternative strategies, novel ideas, and points of view that may disagree with the prevailing viewpoint of the company without fear of repercussions. The company should do its best to reward the constructive dissent by taking the suggestions seriously, or the expression of diverse viewpoints won't be reinforced. Less formally, look for opportunities to recruit a devil's advocate on an ad hoc basis. When seeking advice, we can ask specific questions to encourage the other person to figure out reasons why we might be wrong. That way, they won't be as reticent to challenge the actions we want to pursue. We're asking for it. So it's not oppositional for them to disagree or give us advice contrary to what they think we want to hear. Make no mistake, the process of seeing ourselves and the world more accurately and objectively is hard. It makes us think about things we generally avoid. The group needs rules of engagement that don't make this hard by letting members get away with being nasty or dismissive. And we need to be aware that even a softer serve of dissent to those who have not agreed to the truth-seeking charter can be perceived as confrontational. See David Letterman for details. Oh, that's not the end. I thought that was the last. Okay. That was pretty good though. That makes me think about people who are like bearish, especially on GameStop. Like how come nobody on the bearish side can explain their point besides declining revenues? You know, it would be nice if they could actually explain their point. Well, they also say the stock's overvalued, but overvalued and undervalued is literally an opinion. Like, that's not even a real thing. So, I don't know. A little weird. Communicating the world beyond our group. This chapter is focused primarily on forming truth-seeking groups on our own initiative or being part of such groups. Unless we have control over the culture around us, those of us more actively seeking dissent will generally be in the minority when we are away from our group. That doesn't mean that truth-seeking is off limits in those settings. It just means we have to take the more constructive civil elements of truth-seeking communication and introduce them carefully. There are several ways to communicate to maximize our ability to engage in truth-seeking way with anyone. First, express uncertainty. Uncertainty not only improves truth-seeking within groups, but also invites everyone around us to share helpful information and dissenting opinions. Fear of being wrong, or of having to suggest someone else is wrong, countervails the social contract of confirmation, often causing people to withhold valuable insights and opinions from us. If we start by making clear our own uncertainty, our audience is more likely to understand that any discussion that follows will not involve right versus wrong, maximizing our truth-seeking exchanges with those outside our chartered group. Second, lead with assent. For example, listen for the things you agree with, state those, and be specific, and then follow with and instead of but. If there's one thing we have learned thus far, it is that we like having our ideas affirmed. If we want to engage someone with whom we have some disagreement, inside or outside of our group, they'll be more open and less defensive if we start with those areas of agreement, which there surely will be. It is rare that we disagree with everything that someone has to say. By putting into practice the strategies that promote universalism, actively looking for the ideas that we agree with, we will more naturally engage people in the process of learning with us. We will also be more open-minded to what others have to say as well, enhancing our ability to calibrate our own beliefs. When we lead with assent, our listeners will be more open to any dissent that might follow. In addition, when the new information is presented as supplementing rather than negating what has come before, our listeners will be much more open to what we have to say. The simplest rhetorical touches can make a difference. If someone expresses a belief of prediction that doesn't sound well calibrated and we have relevant information, try to say, and, as in, I agree with you that insert specific concept and ideas we agree with, and, after, and, add the additional information. In the same exchange, if we said, I agree with you that insert specific concepts and ideas you agree with, but that challenge puts people on the defensive, and is an offer to contribute, but is a denial and repudiation repudiation of what came before. We can think of this broadly as an attempt to avoid language of no. In the performance art of improvisation, the first advice is that when someone starts a scene, you should respond with yes, and yes means that you are accepting the construct of the situation. And means you are adding to it. That's an excellent that's an excellent guideline in any situation in which you want to encourage exploratory thoughts. The important thing is you try to find areas of agreement to maintain the spirit of partnership in the seeking the truth. In expressing potentially contradictory or dissenting information, our language ideally minimizes the elements of disagreement. Third, ask for a temporary agreement to engage in truth seeking. If someone is offloading emotion to us, we can ask them if they are just looking to vent or if they are looking for advice. If they aren't looking for advice, that's fine. The rules of engagement have been made clear. Sometimes people just want to vent. I certainly do. It's in our nature. We want to be supportive of the people around us, and that includes comforting them when they just need some understanding and sympathy. But sometimes they'll say they are looking for advice, and that is potentially an agreement to opt in some truth seeking. Even then, tread lightly because people may say they want advice when they really want to be affirmed. I agree with that. That's actually so accurate. It's crazy. This type of temporary agreement is really just a reverse version of the kind of temporary opting out that we did in my poker group when someone just had to vent about an especially intense, still raw loss. Flipping that on its head, it doesn't have to be offensive to ask, do you want to just let it all out, or are you thinking of what to do about it next? Finally, focus on the future. As I said at the beginning of this book, we are generally pretty good at identifying the positive goals we are striving for. Our problem is in the execution of the decision along the way to reaching those goals. People dislike engaging with their poor execution. That requires taking responsibility for what is often a bad outcome, which, as David Letterman found out, will shut down the conversation. Rather than rehashing what has already happened, try instead to engage about what the person might do so that things will turn out better going forward. Whether it's our kids, other family members, friends, relationship partners, coworkers, or even ourselves, we share the common trait of generally being more rational about the future than the past. It's harder to get defensive about something that hasn't happened yet. Unless it's GameStop. People get. Imagine if David Letterman had said, it's too bad you have all these kooky people creating all that drama in your life. Have you thought about how you might get rid of all this drama in the future? If Lauren Conrad had said something dramatic like, I've got so many problems I can't even think about the future, or I'm stuck with these people so there's nothing I can do about it, that obviously would be a good time to end the discussion. But the more likely result is that she would have engaged, and that focus on the future could get her to circle back to figure out why all the drama occurred. She wouldn't be able to sensibly answer the question about the future without examining the past. When we validate the other person's experience of the past and refocus on exploration of the future, they can get to their past decisions on their own. This is a good approach to communicating with our children, who, with their developing egos, don't necessarily need a red pill shoved down their throats. A child isn't equipped to consent to the challenges of truth seeking exchanges, but they can be nudged. I know in The Matrix, Morpheus took Neo to visit the Oracle, and while waiting in the lobby, he saw children bending spoons with their minds and engaging in other preconscious red pill behavior. But real life kids are sensitive to feeling judged, and no real life parent wants a kid with the ability to mentally send cutlery flying across the room. My son was expert at fielding bad test scores as the teacher's fault. I had to be careful not to letterman him. Instead, I would tell him, "It must be hard to have a teacher like that. Do you think there's anything you can do to improve your grade in the future?" That at once provided validation and led to productive discussions about subjects like developing strategies for preparing for future tests and setting up meetings with the teacher to figure out what the teacher was looking for in the assignment. Meeting with the teacher also created a good impression that would likely be reflected in future grades. Ultimately, even with our own kids' decisions, rehashing outcomes can create defensiveness. The future, on the other hand, can always be better if we can get them to focus on things in their control. These methods of communicating with people outside our truth seeking group focus on future goals and future actions. When it works, they take a short trip into the future, beyond the frustrations of the present, and towards ways to improve things they can control. Accountability to a truth seeking group is also, in some ways, a time travel portal. Because we know we will have to answer to the group, we start thinking in advance of how it will go. Anticipating and rehearsing those rational discussions can improve our initial decision making and analysis at a time when we might not otherwise be so rational. That leads to the final decision strategy of this book: ways to use time travel techniques for better decision making. By recruiting past and future versions of yourself, you can become your own buddy. Is this really the last chapter? Holy shit, that's a long ass chapter. What time is it? 1:30? Alright. We'll end it there. We'll read the rest later. The next chapter is Adventures in Mental Time Travel. And it's probably the longest chapter, so pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. It's a good book. It makes me think about a lot of the interactions I've had in here. You know? Like in the beginning. Not necessarily any like recent, but I mean like maybe the first like 2 or 3 months of the stream when there was a lot of tinfoilers coming in here. I definitely could have approached those people a lot differently. But whatever. Whatever. Sometimes you learn things a little too late. I need socks. My feet are cold. The tinfoilers will all come back, though. You know? They'll all come back. Whenever the stock squeezes and they all FOMO in again. They'll be back. Well, I don't know what we're doing now. 35 minutes left till the market closes. Any news? Assuming no. ES is crushing still. Shoot. Ethereum is still going. Holy shit. You're about to hit 2,700. Crazy. Crazy, man. Absolutely insane. The ability not to have FOMO because I'm already positioned will be great. I'll just be smiling from ear to ear. Amen. Amen. I mean, yeah. If it squeezes, definitely. I mean, you do whatever you want. If it squeezes, I'm selling on the way up. I've already made that perfectly clear. I don't have a price target, but if this thing starts going crazy, I will sell on the way up because I'm not going to be, you know, I'm not going to have it squeezed to like $100 and then Ryan Cohen fucking dilute it and then it goes back to 30. Like I'm not going to deal with that shit. They won't allow it. I mean, it's a, less than 1% chance, but I would say, yeah. We'll see. It's going to go up a lot whenever they announce this Bitcoin. What point can it be called a squeeze? I don't know. I guess when I'm saying squeeze, it's just if the price goes up a lot in a short amount of time. Like if we have an up 50%, 100% day, I'm definitely selling a few shares. Not all of them, but like I said, I'll sell on the way up. That's the beauty of not caring about the price. You just wait for the opportunity. Because when the opportunity comes, if you already have your plan set, you're going to be way ahead of everyone else. Because most people don't have a plan. Most people are literally just going to hold it. Or they're going to FOMO in at high prices. Those are going to be the two main outcomes. It's going to be very especially if they dilute again and the stock's going to for sure drop if that happens, most likely. Yeah, most people aren't going to make money if that happens. Just like last time, most people didn't make money. And it's great if you have shares because most of the insane price action was after hours. So even if you have options, if it plays out like it did last time or last year, most people who trade options don't make money either. Like I feel like the reason why I made what I did last year was because I was trading only shares. Like if I was to options, I don't think I would have made as much. Really. I don't know, but I don't think so. Squeeze is like 500% move. I mean, yeah, I think a squeeze. What is a squeeze is kind of a matter of opinion, just like what is overvalued, what is undervalued. You know, I think that's just a matter of opinion. Who knows? I feel like I might not be good at trying to time it, so long-term holding might be better. Although looking back, it might suck. Had to predict what I will do if it does go up a lot. That's fair. I guess just for me, I'm not a I have my scenarios where I will be holding it long term, but there is that, less than 1% chance that if this squeezes, I will sell on the way up. Because at that point, I don't think the long term matters as much. But that's me, what you're going to do with your position, that's all going to be, everyone's going to approach it differently. A lot of people are going to think the price is only going to go up and they're not going to sell, which, I don't think there's anything bad about that because GameStop is going to crush it in the future. But it's just for me, I've already experienced it and I already know what the best way to approach it is. Maybe it's not the best way. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But that's just how I'm going to approach it. If I randomly make 6 figures on a random fucking Tuesday within the next 5-10 years, I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I'll say thank you for the 6 figures, and I'll get rid of all my shares, and then I'll never look at the stock market again. I'm cool with that scenario. That's how we should have played it last time, honestly. Yeah, that would have been your best move. What's up, Elvis? 1 milli, all you need to go MIA. I mean, sort of. Yeah, about there. I think 900K was what I estimated would be pretty good. Especially if bond rates are still at 4%. I mean, making $3 grand a year passively. I mean, I wouldn't complain. That sounds great. That sounds great. But who knows, man? Who knows? All based off feel. I agree. And maybe not so much feel. It's just more, I have the 2, maybe 3 scenarios that I think can play out. And I have what I'm going to do in each scenario. So it's not even really off feel. Like, I already know exactly what I'm going to do when it happens. It's just what scenario is going to play out, It might not even be 3. It literally might only be 2 scenarios. But, yeah. So we'll see which one plays out, and then we'll go from there. And then we'll go from there. Sell at the top, buy a lot more shares at the bottom. That's the dream. Yeah, but you don't have to sell at the top. I made a fuck ton of money last year. I didn't sell the top. I sold maybe like 100 shares, maybe 150 at the top. Like most of my sales were in like the $40-$50 range, I feel like. Or even higher 30s. Like you don't have to time. That's the beauty about the way I'm going to approach it is I don't give a shit what the top is. I'm going to sell the whole way up. That's why I call it the dream. I just, yeah, I get what you mean, but I don't look at it that way. I think that's a bad way of looking at it. That's how people get trapped, or don't sell their shares and then they sit and complain about how they didn't take profits. I just think that's a bad mindset to have, to even think that it's like a scenario where you could top tick the stock. Who knows though? That's just my view. I used to think that, for a long time. I used to think, day as a day trader, I used to think like buying the low and selling the tippy top was fucking the ultimate way to make money, but the reality is not really. You pick the best place to buy and you pick the best place to sell. If it goes higher, who cares? If it goes lower when you buy, who cares? Everything's situational though, as well. I don't know why you're trolling so hard, Elvis. You literally bought because of news. You bought back into the stock market because of news. I don't know. Just you shouldn't troll. You should not troll anymore. You should get a job with MJ Holdings. MJ Holdings? What are you talking about? We don't know what the right thing to do, even in hindsight. Exactly. I will always be here. Good. Good. But the point of the book is to not let hindsight make you think you made the wrong decision. That's the point. Because in the moment, you may have made the best decision you could have made. But just because it didn't play out exactly how you thought it was going to, it doesn't make the decision right or wrong. I bought that book, being delivered Thursday. Let's go. That's a fire book. A fire is a good psychology book. Straight up. Very good psychology book. Is Bitcoin going up? I know Ethereum's destroying. Yeah. You might get all-time highs on Bitcoin here. Like I said, later today or tomorrow. But Ethereum, bro, holy shit, 2,700. It's just still going. It broke out again. That's actually insane, dude. That's actually insane. About like 200 more points and you're back at the old support. 300 more points. Crazy. Any other investing books you recommend? Not the ones that only preach diversification. Of course, why do I always forget what that book's called? One Up on Wall Street, I think, by Peter Lynch. I think it's One Up on Wall Street. Of course, that book, we talked about that a lot when I first started streaming. What else? What's another? I like, what's it called? These Mark Douglas books. Trading in the Zone. It's more of a trading book, but I think it's still a good book for, it's kind of more psychology type trading book. Trading in the Zone, Mark Douglas. There's this one. This one's fire. And he has another one. It's basically just another. It's basically just a reiteration of this book. I forget what it's called. Mark Douglas audiobook. The Disciplined Trader. So Trading in the Zone and The Disciplined Trader. Those are really good books. You know, another like psychological type trading book. I really like those ones. I would say these are more like day trading type books, but still really good. You know, anything you can use to like get into the mind of a trader is a good book in my opinion. It's like that, you know, that chapter we just read in Thinking in Bets, you know. If you're able to understand another person's opinion or position or belief, it's going to benefit you tremendously. And in the stock market, trading, there's a ridiculous amount of beliefs and opinions and positions. So anything you can do to dive into the mind of a trader is beneficial. Even like I hate promoting like other people, you know, like other streams and stuff, but even if you go and like watch another trader stream and you just kind of see how they think about the market, like that's going to help you a lot. Even if you're not going to use the things they're teaching, like just understanding what someone's looking at is very helpful in some ways. Maybe, you know, maybe it's not applicable, but it just gives you a different view of whatever, you know. Hopefully that makes sense. Got any more? Let me go check all the books I have. I don't think any of the books I have are really that. A lot of the books I have are like college type. I don't know. Let me go see what I got. I mean, I have a fuck ton of books about trading, but I feel like a lot of them aren't really practical for most people. Um, there's uh, there's only one in there that I saw that maybe would be practical. It's 50 economic indicators that actually matter. I think it's that. Yeah, this book. The Wall Street Journal Guide to 50 economic indicators that actually matter, or that really matter. This one's okay. I honestly haven't even finished this book. It's okay. It'll give you just an idea of different economic things. It's kind of interesting. Like I said, I haven't even finished the book, so you know, maybe it's not the best book, but I also know a lot of the things in the book already, so that's kind of why I stopped reading it. But I would say this is pretty good. gives you kind of a unique way to look at different economic indicators and how you could potentially make trades on them. But I like psychology books, honestly. Like Trading in the Zone, Thinking in Bets was really good. I like those kind of books because I think when it comes to the stock market and trading in general, like, of course, you know, support and resistance, yada, technical indicators, yada fucking yada. All that stuff is kind of important and can be beneficial, but you can learn all that stuff all you want, but if you don't have the mindset to be able to act on those things properly, then you're kind of wasting your time. So I would say the psychological books are way more important. And then of course, you know, the simplest best book, you know, the candlestick trading by, oh wait, it's not this one. It's by Muhisa Horoso or some shit like that. It's not that one. It's this one. I don't know where you would find this. There's an audiobook on, or not an audiobook, there's a PDF version of it on Google. Whoops. But of course, the Candlestick Trading Bible by Munhisa Homa. That's probably, you know, as basic as it gets. But still a very important book. Just because, you know, it'll help you read charts a little bit better. Or just not necessarily read charts better, but understand them better. Understand what each candle means, and yeah, that one's really good. And then, like, any technical analysis book is decent. You know, it's good to know technical analysis, even though, like, I don't use it really at all. It's still good to know. Buffett, Munger, Peter Lynch, Howard Marks on YouTube. Their interviews are insightful. Yeah, interviews of those people is good. I like, God, what's his name? There's this one guy. I can't think of his name. Let me think. It's like Goldman Sachs trader. Anton Creel. This guy is pretty chillin'. I don't know if he's like a, you know, I don't know if he like sells courses or what. I'm pretty sure he's an actual legitimate Goldman Sachs trader. But anything by this guy is really interesting. Anton Creel. This guy's pretty smart. So I'd recommend checking out some of his videos as well. He's a professional trader. Used to trade at Goldman Sachs. And, yeah. Smart guy, smart guy. Bitcoin 105. Nice. Nice. Ethereum's still going. Holy shit. Ethereum might hit 3K today. Holy guacamole, man. That thing is ripping. GameStop needs to break out to 29 now. You're rejecting 29. You really want to see us start climbing into that. Just like 28, you know. Just like 28. There's where he's talking. Buffett's a smart guy. I like Charlie a little more, but I mean, you can learn a lot from those guys. People really think Buffett was always the diversification type, but his early investments were nothing like that. Nope. It's all about finding undervalued companies. Diversification's only really important when you have a fuckload of money. Because, oh, Pokemon notification. What do we got? Teddiursa Squishmallow. That's not Pokemon. That's not TCG. I don't want a Squishmallow. I don't want no Squishmallow. Anton a couple months ago. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, he's good. Anton's good. Charlie was great. But Charlie's funny, bro. Charlie is funny. Charlie fucking hates Bitcoin. I wonder, man. I wish Charlie Munger was alive, bro. I really would want to see what like he would have to say about Bitcoin right now. I'd really love to see it. That guy hated Bitcoin. He was very undiversified at first. I'm trying to get to the point where I have a fuck ton from where diversification makes sense. Yeah, diversification is kind of a weird topic though, because I mean, think back to literally 4 months ago when the market started dropping. Like there was only really a few stocks that did well during that time. Most things, everything dropped together. So it's like, is diversification really that important? Debatable. Debatable. Diversification, yep. Yep. Very debatable whether, diversification actually works. Because, I mean, I was all in GameStop the whole market crash, and, everyone's crying about how much money they've lost, and I'm sitting here, like, just chilling, Granted, I was, down a lot too, but still, it's like, diversification didn't do anybody any good then. Having a nice, potentially undervalued company was what crushed. With positive earnings and all that. I went from 12K in the red to now only 1K in the red. Nice. That's fire. That's fire. Oh, I was just gonna look something up. I forgot what it was though. I don't remember. I don't remember. Tariff tantrum made me sad to be an American? Why? Sup, Seagull Dreams? Skating was alright. It was hot yesterday, bro. I was cooking. Straight cooking. It was alright, though. It was alright. It was hella windy yesterday, too. That wind was crazy. I don't know how it was out there in the Provo area. But where I was, bro, and like in Park, we went to Park City, too. It was so windy. It was crazy. I'm happy that I held, and you're part of that mindset I gained, being all cool and stuff. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you, KCR. I'm glad I could help you, because I remember you were really down at that time. Well, not like, you were down in financially, but I remember mentally you were like really down as well. So I'm glad as I'm glad my calm, cool collectiveness during that part of this trade helped you, because it could have fucked you too. It's it definitely could have fucked you straight up. I was ready to lose every dollar I had. Like I tried to make that very clear as much as I could. Like I am 100% ready to lose every dollar I have, no matter what. So, if you're truly not tapped into that mentality, I definitely could have screwed you over. because I don't think that's really a mentality most people could adopt, you know. But like that's like reality for me. Like I truly don't care what happens. As much as, you know, people come in here and make it seem like I do, you know, during those times, I promise you I don't. Like losing money to me is, bro, I've made and lost so much money, like it literally doesn't affect me. You know, making it, losing it, like it doesn't hit at all. Everyone's so selfish, crying about fake losses and how they'll be impacted. No thought about 20 years from now. I mean, that's just typical, though. That's just, you know, it's not a natural thing to be like okay with losing money. It's definitely not common. People get too attached to like all the news and stuff instead of just, you know, chilling. Because a lot of people don't have, you know, conviction in what they're investing in, you know. Most people, most people just put their money in the S&P 500 and hold, or they buy like Apple or something because that's what they were told to do, you know. They don't have any true conviction in Apple or the S&P 500 or anything. There's one person, you know, that I've seen in here in this stream that's had true conviction, and they're not here. They're not here. They came in at like pretty much the bottom of the market, Jake Waters, and he came in, bro, with the Microsoft. He's like, I'm buying a fuckload of Microsoft right now. And that homie has been bullish on Microsoft since I couldn't even tell you how long. Like I met that kid back in the 2021 streams and he was bullish on Microsoft then during the 2020 crash. Like so, you know, there's also a different mentality when you have like true conviction in what you're investing in rather than, you know, holding the S&P 500 and then next thing you know you're down 10-15% and you're like, "Oh, you know, everyone told me that this is what I should be investing in." You know, of course you're gonna get scared and whatever. Like, you have no conviction in the play. Like when I was down like 20-30% on GameStop, it didn't fucking matter because I knew like, you know, I didn't know the price was gonna go up. I could never, you know, say that. As much as everyone else on YouTube makes you want to think that they knew what was gonna happen, no, I just have conviction. I just know that this is going to work out in the future. And I don't care whether I lose 50% of my money, 60. Like I know this is going to work. I just don't know when or how. So it's easy to hold through, you know, down times when you have so much conviction in what you're buying. I mean, Kev83 is a good example. I don't know if he's still here, but he's been holding crypto forever. He held during the last like when Bitcoin went from like 70,000 or 60,000 back below 20. Like he was holding the whole time. He didn't trade. Like that's true conviction in what you're holding, you know? He didn't I'm sure, you know, I don't know. I don't know what his mindset was during that time, but when you truly believe in what you're buying, downside doesn't matter. And most people don't truly believe in what they're buying. They're just investing because that's what their parents did or that's what society told them to do and their YouTube told them to do. It's so much different doing something for yourself because you truly believe in something than doing what everyone else says you should do. Park City, haven't skated there forever. Dope spot. Yeah, Park City was dope. I love Park City. A lot of remodeling going on up there. A lot of building too. mindset's very special. You're numb to the numbers. I've just experienced a lot when it comes to betting and investing. So, you know, I think the numbness comes with experience as well. Not many people have lost and made as much money as I have. You know, whether it be gambling, the stock market, sports betting. Not many people have experienced what I've experienced. So, you know, it's definitely like it's not something you're born with. That's for sure. It's definitely a learned skill to not care about money. I learned so much this past 9 months since I bought GameStop for the first time. Same, dude. I've learned so fucking much. Not even really about GameStop, but I've learned a lot about GameStop too. I've learned a lot about myself, about crypto, about other people. It's beautiful what you can learn when you're not focused on every little fucking, you know, dollar the stock moves. When all you're focused on is the price action, you don't really learn a lot. Like, you might learn a little bit more about trading if, you know, things you've learned play out. Maybe you'll learn a little bit about trading, but like I said, to me, like, a lot of the stuff you learn trading doesn't even matter. It's all about mindset. On you way back when I first watched your stream. Me too. Me too. And hopefully GameStop plays out, you know? Hopefully it's not all for nothing. Because as bullish as I am on GameStop, there's still a scenario where this doesn't work. I think it's a low probability, but you know, there is still a scenario where it doesn't work. So you just got to be okay with that. That's how you're going to make it through. How did Chewy do? Chewy hit fucking $41 yesterday. That's just crazy. It's rejecting 40. I can't believe Chewy's at 40 or at $40 though. That shit's crushed. Absolutely crushed. I haven't watched TV or scrolled stupid stuff in a long time ever since I'm diving deep into investing. That's dope, man. That's beautiful. There's so much to learn. GBASP? What? Back in SP? Yeah, I know, Elvis. I know. Mr. Bearish over here gets a little piece of news and he's like, oh, I'm bullish now. I'm bullish now. Gme has taught me that a lot of people are dumb sheep. Tree taught me how to have conviction, and Planner showed me what it's like to have success yet regret. Interesting. I agree with the GME thing. Maybe you know, maybe it's not people that are, you know, maybe it's not that people are dumb. Maybe it's just people are just not informed, you know, because a lot of the things, especially the way people seek out information to learn about the stock market, it's mostly through like YouTube and fucking, then the algorithm catches on to what you're doing, so they start feeding you a bunch of nonsense through fucking TikTok and shit. So I think people just get a lot of misinformation, and then, you know, they don't learn how to like truth seek, as the book would call it, you know? They don't learn how to truth seek, so they just, accept whatever information they're getting fed instead of actually going and looking at, what is happening. Premium collection, Friday, yeah, Saturday is when it comes out, right? Oh, it's on Friday. Shit. Fuck. I thought it was on Saturday. I don't know. I'll go look at the line at like Thursday night. Fuck. I want to get it. I really think that box is gonna be low print, high demand. So I really do want to go stand in line for it, but it's just gonna depend really. If I'm not first in line, I'm not going to stand in line for it. I still need to call GameStop and see fucking how many boxes. The line Thursday night, that was funny. I'm being dead ass, bro. There's gonna be some psychopath fucking standing in line at like 1 a.m. and it's most likely gonna be me. So we'll see. I do get a lot of disinformation, but if I can say so myself, I did a good job of discerning and sifting through it and finding the gems. Amen. That's beautiful, man. Not a lot of people can do that. Not a lot of people can do that. Especially when it comes to the stock market, because, a lot of the marketing in the stock market is so short term. It's like if you're not making money every day in the stock market, you're a failure in a lot of people's eyes. But that's not how the stock market works. That's not why the stock market was made, That's just how it's marketed nowadays. But that's not how anyone got rich in the stock market. Most people didn't. I mean, even Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty didn't get rich fucking day trading. Call him live on speaker. Let's see the customer service. I'm not going to call him right now. Should go live if you wait in line. Definitely makes my phone just dies so fast. That's why I ended the live stream so quick last Saturday. That shit was eating my battery and I needed my phone. I needed it. You cannot stand in a line for 4 hours. Portable charger. I have one of those. But it's still gonna, especially if I'm out there for like 12 hours, that shit's gonna eat the battery. We'll see though. I don't even know if I'm going to for sure. It just seems like a good idea. Cause I really want that box. I really think that box could be that box is worth a lot. There people are already selling the pre-orders for like $300. So it's kind of interesting. It probably won't be able to get an online drop. It'd be dope if you could get a Poke Center drop on that. Probably not gonna happen, but that would be sick. Obviously, the Poke Center. I read somewhere that the bots like ran the pre-order though for that. I don't even think they have it up here yet. Prismatic Evolution. Oops. Evolutions Super Premium. Need a mag charger. Need like a 100k mAh battery. A mag charger? Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Getting released at Best Buy too. Real question is, would it be better to go to like a Best Buy or a Walmart or something? Jeez. TCG players selling them for 250 bucks a pop. That's crazy. That's insane. Walmart. Oh, Tuesday. I was like, damn, I can reorder it on Walmart. $269 on Walmart. Insane, dude. Pokemon is ridiculous. I don't know. I really hope to get that, but I'm not gonna put, you know, any like, yeah, I'm gonna get that box. I'm gonna be very negative towards that. I'm gonna be very surprised if I even get it. As much as I want it. All right. I guess I'll read these last two articles or something, and then maybe the street, or maybe we'll get some news here on GameStop by that point, and then we're out of here, I guess. All right, My First Bitcoin receives 1 million grant from Jack Dorsey to expand global Bitcoin education. My First Bitcoin, a nonprofit focused on grassroots Bitcoin education, just announced they are receiving a $1 million grant from Start Small. This funding will help scale efforts to provide free open source Bitcoin education for the world. The revolution of Bitcoin education is that it teaches students how to think, not what to think, said founder and executive director of My First Bitcoin, John Denahai. Funding from sources with their own incentives is the greatest vulnerability that threatens that. Education will be captured by whoever funds it, will never take any government money, and frequently turn down funding from corporations and companies. The subtle influence of funding is ruin fiat education, and we need to create alternative models for the revolution of Bitcoin education to realize its full potential. This grant gives My First Bitcoin the ability to expand its reach and improve tools like the Bitcoin Diploma, intro course, and teacher training workshops. It also strengthens their online school and community hub, making Bitcoin education more accessible to people everywhere. This funding is not just a milestone, it's a statement. As Denahai added, My First Bitcoin is a proof of concept for all independent Bitcoin educators that if you stay on the mission, even when it's challenging, then you will come out on the other side even stronger. My First Bitcoin started in 2021 as a small local project. Since then, it's grown into a global movement. Over the years, the team has taught tens of thousands of students in person, testing and refining materials based on real-world feedback. In 2022, My First Bitcoin awarded Bitcoin diplomas to 38 high school students in El Salvador. As part of the program, the student had 10 lessons, which included the introduction to monetary systems, the consequences of fiat, monetary history, understanding Bitcoin, wallets, and the Bitcoin network, the double spend problem in nodes, security in mining, the value of Bitcoin, the Lightning Network, and Bitcoin's future in the final project. In 2023, the organization launched the Independent Bitcoin Educators Node Network, now with over 65 projects across more than 35 countries. These include circular economies, meetup groups, and other local Bitcoin projects. What unites them is their shared commitment to 6 core values:
that their education is independent, impartial, community-led, Bitcoin only, quality, and focused on empowerment over profit. Open source money deserves open source education. Over the past few years, we've seen growing demand for our resources around the world, and we remain committed to serving everyone in the Bitcoin space who needs support, said Director of Communications at My First Bitcoin, Arnold Hubach. Exciting. Always trying to find new buyers. Hard to not deny. I mean, kind of is. I mean, it's not really. I don't know. Maybe it is. Probably not, though. Probably not. You have to realize, on this stream, we're reading about Bitcoin every single day. We're reading articles from that website every day. 99.9999% of the world doesn't know a fucking thing about Bitcoin besides its existence. And most people think, they look back to 2021 or 2020 when Bitcoin went from whatever it was at, 5,000, 10,000 to 60, and then back to below 20. Like, a lot of people got fucked back then. So, there's going to be a lot of negative views on Bitcoin as well. And it doesn't necessarily, that article to me doesn't seem like they're trying to find new buyers. It seems like they're trying to educate people to become financially independent and understand how to make more money with money so everyone's not fucking poor. That's what it seems like to me. But I don't know. Because everyone if everyone had money and knew how to make money and invested, I think the world would be a lot of better place. Potentially. And maybe that's the goal, but who knows? Maybe it is a pyramid scheme. Who knows? Well, good thing we're not buying Bitcoin. Good thing we're in GameStop. So even if it is, at least we're covered. At least we got a nice, profitable business to keep us covered. Streamers call out Twitch's discovery feed ignores smaller creators. In April 2024, Twitch introduced a tool familiar to TikTok users as Discovery Feed, which serves up a blend of both personalized content and recommendations based on one's search and watch history. Twitch touted this feed as the quickest way to find content you love on its platform, but a year later, broadcasters say this isn't actually helping them get discovered. Similar to TikTok, Twitch's Discovery Feed provides a never-ending list of broadcast clips and communities that viewers can scroll through to find more of what they're interested in, potentially allowing them to come across new streamers they haven't yet watched in the process. Twitch's chief monetization officer, Mike Minton, stated that over half of Twitch's video views from new viewers, along with 38 million new followers, are coming directly from the Discovery Feed. Twitch streamers say Discovery Feed isn't helping channel growth. Twitch streamers claim they aren't seeing any change as a result of Twitch's Discover Feed changes, saying that Twitch is behind the curve when it comes to all these new features. In statements to DigiDay, 3 content creators spoke out about their experience with growth after the Discovery Feed was implemented, or the lack thereof. For newer users, they already have TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. So why would they ever want to watch poorly formatted vertical clips or boxed horizontal clips through Twitch when their current apps do it better? Said Gappy V, a gaming variety streamer with over 13k followers. One half of streaming duo Hangtime had similar statements. With all due respect to new creators, Twitch is and should only be considered a home base. Your channel will not grow. Whether you've been featured on the front page for a year straight, as I have, whether you make the biggest, most flamboyant content ever, as I have, If that content is not blowing up on YouTube or TikTok, you will not grow on Twitch. In response to these concerns, Minton told DigiDay that Twitch is aware of the drawbacks to its vertical feed as opposed to other platforms, saying that we recognize one of the biggest impediments to a really good feed experience is that most of our video is horizontal 6:9. That's not all. Minton also revealed that Twitch has a plan to offer vertical live streams in a couple months as a further improvement to the experience. This latest statement from Millen comes after Twitch CEO Dan Clancy first revealed the upcoming change in February 2025, laying out plans to improve load times and the quality of broadcasts on the Discovery feed. I did only half follow you reading the article. Just typing to someone else on WhatsApp while listening. All right, you're good. All good. Who knows what's going to happen with Bitcoin? That's why it's a good bet. Because nobody knows. Nobody knows what's going to happen with GameStop. Nobody knows what's going to happen with Bitcoin. So it's a great bet. Matthew. Kristen was literally asking about you today, Mr. Matthew. How you doing, bro? How you doing, Mr. Matthew? It's been a while. It's been a while, bro. So busy. On the grind, bro? All my life. Been grinding all my life. Sacrifice. Matthew paid the price? GME follows Bitcoin. Definitely doesn't. Spring, summer is coming. All the camping is getting more crowded. Can't wait until it freezes again. You're so funny, Matthew. He's like, oh, the weather's beautiful outside. I don't want to go camping. I'm going to sit inside all summer. Oh, it's freezing? Bet. All right, bet. Oh, man. All right, I'll go through news one more time, see if there's anything. But this might be the end of the stream here. #70 Fahrenheit last Sunday and Monday. It was snowing again in the mountains. That's interesting. That's some weird weather, bro. What are you going to do in the summertime? You just going to whip the bike? Whip the bike everywhere? Camp more up in the mountains. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. Well, that's good. In 2 weeks, so I'm going to the coast. Oh, nice. You just going camping, or what are you doing out there? 3,500-kilometer round trip. I don't know kilometers, bro. I ain't Canadian. What you think this is? 2,174 miles? Good lord, bro. Good lord. That's insane. You're gonna be driving for like 30 hours or 25 hours or some shit. What the hell, dude? You live a wild life, Matthew. You live a wild life. Drive, sleep, make photos, drive back. Fair enough. You live a very interesting life, bro. It's clocking 160k miles next weekend. Let's go. Damn, 2019, bro. Bruh, That's that's insane. Well, there you go. There you go, Matt Romano. I know you were wondering where all those mileage, where all that mileage comes from, even though you said it was a 2023. Comes from people like Matthew. They just whip. They just whipping all day, all night, always driving. This man lives a wild life. Chime files for NASDAQ IPO. They have a day? Or is they just filing? I don't think they have a date yet. Polish dude. Haven't seen that name in here before. What's up? Hope you're doing good, my friend. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I don't think there's any more news to be reading. Doing good? Oh, I'm doing good, Polish dude. Thank you for asking. Feeling good, feeling blessed. Kia debuts the PV5 WAV, a wheelchair-ready electric van. Yep, no news. No news. I guess we'll check Reddit if anyone tweeted, but I imagine nobody's. It's been pretty quiet on the GameStop front. I think it's all they're just waiting on earnings, I assume. Just waiting on earnings. I this post, fine, I'll do it myself. That makes me think about the Roaring Kitty tweets when he first started. And I always thought Thanos in the beginning of those tweets was Kitty, but Thanos is Ryan Cohen. And it makes a lot of sense. I don't know. Just stupid tinfoil stuff. Who knows? Who knows? I got a whole more miles in the cellar. I got a whole mess of miles and down in the cellar. I haven't done a Herbert impression in a while, bro. When you're gone, nobody brings up the Herbert impressions. Am I still trending on Reddit? Nah. Nobody's made a post about me. Which is fine. Which is just fine. I'm trending on YouTube, I guess. Not really, but compared to the last week, this pretty poppin' stream. Last week was so dead. It was actually insane. So it's kind of interesting seeing a lot more people in here today. But it's only because GameStop's going up. That Moran's kid mentioned you in his video today. That's funny. The kid you rated. Yeah, that kid, he's weird, bro. He called me broke. He called me broke and then proceeded to explain how he couldn't even afford a share of GameStop. And I thought that was hilarious. Pretty weird. pretty weird. Was made whole last week. Did AMD go up or something? I haven't looked at that stock in a while. It finally bounced a little bit. Not bad. Still on a downtrend, but at least it's finally going up again. Alright. I guess it's time. It's time to hit the dusty old trail. Much love. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for always supporting the stream. God bless ya. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I just arrived. Well, I'm sorry, Matthew. It's time to go. It's time to go. It's time to go. Peace out, Drown. KCR, Matthew, Moose, Matt, whoever else is here. I don't know who else is here. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day. I'll catch you tomorrow for another beautiful stream. Elvis, what's up, Elvis? Yeah, so much love. Have a good rest of your day. I'll catch you tomorrow. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Just thank you for supporting the stream. And God bless. Peace.